Chapter 547. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Yixing returned to the Blood Blade Academy. Yixing's heart force had reached the 6th level, and his cultivation speed was twice as fast as when he was at the 5th level. In half a month's time, his sky-burning sun fist and black flame arrow art had both reached perfection. His attainment was not inferior to the wind shadow spear art. For other exalted realm cultivators, even half-step honorable realm cultivators, this cultivation speed could be considered godly. However, Yixing's heart force and comprehension of the heaven and earth's momentum were deeper than the average honorable realm cultivator. Of course, it was easy for him to cultivate a supreme-grade spiritual martial art. It was only a little difficult for him to break through to the transcendent realm. Breaking through to the transcendent realm requires an opportunity. It's hard to reach this step by cultivating diligently. It seems that I have to temper myself in battle. Moreover, my cultivation is still too low. Only a 7th-level astral realm cultivator can cultivate a supreme-grade spiritual martial art to the transcendent realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the restriction on martial arts. It seems that I have to raise my cultivation even higher. Yixing thought to himself. There were less than 2 months until the 3rd genius selection. If he could break through to the 8-star realm, then his chances of winning would be greater. If he wanted to break through to the 8-star realm, the cultivation tower was the best place to go. With Yixing's strength, he should be able to reach the highest level of the cultivation tower. Every level of the cultivation tower increased the concentration of astral chi by 20%. The higher the level, the higher the concentration of astral chi, and the faster the cultivation speed. On this day, Yixing arrived at the 9th level of the cultivation tower. There were 2 cultivation rooms here. There was a student token hanging at the entrance of each room. The one on the left had Zi Xian written on it, and the one on the right had Moyi written on it. This meant that the 2 cultivation rooms were already occupied. To encourage competition between students, the cultivation tower's rule was that whoever was stronger could occupy the better cultivation room and challenge others at will. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had enough merit points. Different levels meant different cultivation speeds, and the number of merit points required was also different. The first level required 5 merit points a day, and each level required 5 more merit points. Cultivating on the 9th level for a day required 45 merit points. Yixing looked at the 2 student tokens. Of course, he wouldn't disturb Wei Qingxian. He walked towards the cultivation room on the right. Mo Yi, a venerable 9-star, was the number 1 student of the Blood Edge Empire Academy. His strength was at the peak of the venerable 9-star level. Yixing arrived outside Mo Yi's cultivation room and knocked on the door. Who? An angry roar suddenly came from the room. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? As the number 1 student and a core member of the imperial family, Mo Yi was an absolute tyrant in the Blood Edge Academy. Everyone knew that Mo Yi had been cultivating in seclusion recently. He wanted to reach the half-step honorable realm as soon as possible so that he could graduate from the academy and search for an opportunity to break through to the honorable realm. Mo Yi coldly snorted. Someone actually dared to disturb his cultivation at this time. This person must have eaten a leopard's guts. Yixing stood outside the door and said, "Senior brother Mo Yi, Junior Yixing is here to challenge you." A terrifying aura came from the cultivation room. Mo Yi shouted, "You dare to challenge me? How dare you? Do you want to die?" Yixing slightly frowned and said, "You talk too much nonsense. If you dare to accept the challenge, then come out. If not, then scram." Yixing's principle was to be polite to the opponent first. If the opponent was polite to him, then he would continue to be polite. If the opponent wasn't polite, then sorry, he wouldn't be polite either. Creak. The cultivation room's door opened, and the terrifying aura suddenly became stronger. A tall young man walked out. Mo Yi glanced at Yixing and said, "Yixing, right? I've heard of your name. You have guts. However, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Mo Tong." You're not qualified. Yixing smiled and said, whether I'm qualified or not depends on my strength, not how good my mouth is. Mo angrily snorted and said, fine, I'll see how much strength you've grown in this year. As he spoke, Mo punched out at Yixing whoosh. As soon as the fist moved, a fierce fist wind shot out with a terrifying aura. The void trembled as Mo's fist force stirred up waves of air. As for Mo's fist, it bloomed with light and exploded the air. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yixing with a terrifying flame. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. The martial art that Mo used was the supreme grade spiritual martial art that he had recently cultivated, the sky-burning sun fist. However, Mo's attainment in the sky-burning sun fist was far inferior to Yixing's. It was only at the greater success stage. Flaming Dipper Fist. In a hurry, Yixing swung his fist and used the transformative stage upper-grade spiritual martial art, the Flaming Dipper Fist. The transformative stage attainment was superb. No matter how short the time was, it was still natural for him to use it. It was not weak at all. Bang! The two fists collided and made a loud explosion. The two fists exploded and sparks flew everywhere. In terms of astral strength, Yixing was inferior to Mo, who was at the 9th stage of the astral stage. However, in terms of understanding the force of fire, Yixing was superior. Moreover, the power of their martial arts were equal. However, Yixing had the advantage in terms of physical strength. Therefore, in this collision, Yixing, the 7-star venerable, had the upper hand. Yixing did not even take half a step back. He was completely fine. However, Mo felt a terrifying force coming at him. His body shook and he could not help but take a step back. Mo was shocked. He did not expect Yixing's strength to grow so quickly. In the first half of the year, Yixing could only defeat Mo Tong, who was at the 7-star venerable level. Now, he had reached a level where even Mo, the number 1 student among the 9-star venerables, was at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Mo immediately used his fire celestial aspect, which made the sky-burning sun fist even more powerful. Yixing also channeled the power of the fire astral aspect. The extreme level of the fire astral aspect completely suppressed his opponent. Boom! Yixing also used the sky-burning sun fist. However, in terms of momentum and power, Yixing's sky-burning sun fist was superior. His attainment in the sky-burning sun fist is higher than mine. How is this possible? The two fists collided and Mo was forced back. His eyes were full of shock. Bang! In just 10 moves, Mo missed a move. Yixing's fist landed on his chest and sent him flying. He crashed into the wall of the 9th floor. Pfft! Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost. Yixing did not look at Mo again. He placed the student token in a groove outside the cultivation room and entered it. Chapter 548. After closing the door, Yixing sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform in the center of the cultivation room. He began to cultivate with the falling star incantation. The astral spiritual qi in the cultivation room on the 9th floor was extremely dense. As soon as the falling star incantation was activated, a huge amount of astral spiritual qi was absorbed into Yixing's body. His cultivation speed was almost twice as fast as normal. This meant that cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 days. This greatly increased his cultivation speed. A steady stream of astral spiritual qi was absorbed into Yixing's body. It flowed through his meridians and finally gathered in his Dantian stellar vortex. Like a black hole, the star vortex in Yixing's Dantian spun slowly. No matter how much star spiritual energy flowed into the star vortex in his Dantian, it would be refined and absorbed at the first moment. Yixing's cultivation base was growing rapidly. Moreover, his attainment in the falling star incantation was also slowly improving. Even the top student, Mo, was defeated by Yixing naturally. No one dared to challenge Yixing in this cultivation room. He cultivated in peace. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yixing's falling star incantation had a qualitative breakthrough. It had reached the 7th stage of perfection. The strength of his stellar energy had also improved. At this time, Yixing's stellar energy was probably not inferior to Venerable 9 stars. Yixing's cultivation had also increased greatly in this half a month. He had already reached the late 7th stage and was not far from the peak. In the cultivation room, Yixing sat on the cultivation platform and continued to cultivate. With the 7th stage of the falling star incantation, Yixing's cultivation speed was even faster. He was rapidly approaching the peak of the 7th stage. While cultivating, the stellar energy of the 7th stage of the falling star incantation was also transforming into the stellar energy of the black rank inferior falling star incantation. Theoretically speaking, the 7th stage of the spirit grade supreme grade meteor fall incantation was almost equivalent to the 3rd stage of the mystic low grade meteor fall incantation. However, the mystic grade was still the mystic grade. Even if the grade was the same, if the transformation was successful, the strength of the astral energy would not change much, but the toughness of the astral energy would increase by a lot, allowing the user to fight longer and have more explosive power. Furthermore, the cultivation speed of the low-grade profound martial art was definitely faster than the top-grade spiritual martial art. Half a month passed quickly. Yixing's cultivation had finally reached the peak of level 7. He was only one step away from becoming an 8-star venerable. Of course, this step was not so easy to break through. There was less than a month left until the 3rd genius selection. Even if he was on the 9th floor of the cultivation tower, it would still be difficult to break through in such a short amount of time. Yixing stopped cultivating. At this moment, the astral energy in his body had already been converted to the low-grade profound rank falling star incantation and was about 70 to 80% complete. After exiting the cultivation tower, Yixing discovered that the student token outside the cultivation tower had become Mo Ye's. Yixing knew of Wei Qingxuan's strength. Although Mo Yi was the number 1 student, he might not be able to defeat her. It seemed like she had broken through to the 8th stage of the astral energy realm and left the cultivation tower on her own accord. Yixing's guess was correct. When he returned to the 7th pavilion, he saw Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was indeed an 8-star venerable. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation had no bottlenecks. She could break through any stage naturally. In terms of cultivation talent, she was indeed much more talented than Yixing. Seeing Yixing, Wei Qingxian revealed a sweet smile. After greeting him, she secretly sent a voice transmission. There are only 20 days left until the 3rd genius selection. I plan to return to the Dark Star sect to consolidate my attainments in the Dark Star spiritual body. Are you coming? Of course. Of course I'm going. Yixing replied with a nod. Yixing's Dark Star spiritual body was already at the Great Perfection realm. However, it had not reached the Great Perfection realm. The Great Perfection realm was the limit of the Dark Star spiritual body. Right now, Yixing's physical strength was slightly stronger than an 8-star venerable. However, it was slightly weaker than a 9-star venerable. He needed to use his astral energy to fight a 9-star venerable. From an 8-star venerable to a half-step venerable, Yixing's Dark Star spiritual body still had a lot of room for improvement. As for Wei Qingxuan's Dark Star spiritual body, it had not reached the Great Perfection realm. It was only at the peak of the Great Perfection realm. Unlike Yixing, Wei Qingxian didn't have the black hole astrology and could absorb the dark astral energy limitlessly. Therefore, although she had cultivated the dark astral spirit body longer than Yixing, her attainments were lower. When are we going? Now. Wei Qingxian sent a voice transmission. Let's go tomorrow morning. I have something to do today. Yixing sent a voice transmission. Wei Qingxian nodded and confirmed the time. Yixing put up the "Do Not Disturb" sign and entered the 7th pavilion. When he returned to his residence, he took out the remaining Tier 12 spiritual corpse jade. Yixing was only one step away from the astral 8 stage. If he slowly absorbed the astral energy, it would take a long time. However, The pure astral energy in the Tier 12 spiritual corpse jade was of high quality. It was enough to replace the astral energy needed to break through to the astral 8 stage. If he directly absorbed the corpse jade, his cultivation would naturally break through to the astral 8 stage. Yixing now had a 5-star green destiny. There was no cultivation bottleneck in the astral 8 stage. As long as he accumulated enough energy, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the astral 8 stage. Yixing sat cross-legged, holding the 12th grade spiritual grade corpse jade in his hand. The incomparably pure star energy flowed through his meridians and into the star vortex in his dantian. Yixing quickly refined and absorbed it. Compared to the 9th floor of the cultivation pagoda, directly absorbing the Tier 12 spiritual corpse jade to cultivate was dozens of times faster. As time passed, the number of corpse jades in Yixing's hand gradually decreased. However, Yixing's cultivation was gradually approaching the astral 8 stage. The gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. He sat there for 20 hours. Day turned to night, and night turned to dawn. Whoosh! A surging aura suddenly emitted from the 7th pavilion. Yixing's cultivation soared, and there was a qualitative change at this moment. It was a natural breakthrough to the astral 8 stage. I wonder what realm the young genius with the highest cultivation has reached in this year's genius selection. There shouldn't be anyone below the age of 25 who can step into the honorable realm. Now that I'm an 8-star venerable, I have the Black Hole Astrology and the Sagittarius Astrology as my trump cards. I guess there won't be anyone below the honorable realm who can defeat me. Yixing thought to himself. As an 8-star venerable, Yixing was full of confidence for this year's genius selection. However, the Dayuan dynasty is the only dynasty that rules the starry continent. As a 3-star power, there will be endless geniuses in the younger generation. The younger generation of the other empires can't be compared to them. I can challenge those of a higher level, and so can other geniuses. I can't underestimate others. Yixing was not arrogant. Chapter 549. My goal for this year's selection is to become the son of the stars. I need to be strong enough to defeat all the other geniuses in the younger generation. The stronger I am, the better. Inside the dark astral treasure pagoda, I can increase the strength of my physical body. Furthermore, I can also use the battles in the dark astral treasure pagoda to cultivate a few top-grade spiritual martial arts to the transformation realm. That way, my chances of winning will be higher. Yixing's lips curled up into a smile as he thought about it. Yixing sealed his cultivation at the 7th level of the astral realm. This was a cultivation sealing technique he learned from Yixingkong's storage ring. Before arriving at the Starry Sky Arena, Yixing didn't want the Great Yuan dynasty to know that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the astral realm. Right now, the younger generation of the East Divine Continent should all be at the 7th level of the astral realm. Yixing was the same as them, so naturally, he wouldn't attract the attention of the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing let out a long sigh, feeling refreshed as he walked out of the 7th pavilion. At this moment, the eastern horizon was starting to brighten. A new day had arrived. Looking at the first glimmer of dawn, Yixing's heart was filled with joy. He felt as if he was the light of dawn, finally breaking through the darkness and welcoming the light. All this time, Yixing had been afraid of exposing his black hole constellation and Sagittarius constellation. He didn't dare to use these trump cards in public. But in the 3rd selection, his identity as the Fiend Star of Chaos would be exposed. He would be listed as a must-kill by the Great Yuan dynasty. Why would Yixing be afraid of hiding his secret? If there was a need, Yixing would definitely use his trump cards in the grand arena. No one would be able to stop him from becoming the #1 ranker on the destiny rankings and becoming a son of the stars. Early in the morning, the principal of the Blood Edge Academy, Exalted Lord Mo Jian, came to the 7th peak and brought away Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Nominally, Honorable Mo Jian was going to bring the two of them for secret training. But in reality, he was going to send them to the Grand Hall of the Grand Canyon in the depths of the Academy's backyard, so that they could head to the Dark Star sect. This trip could take up to 10 days or even half a month. The third genius tryouts were about to begin in 20 days. At this time, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were both key figures in the competition. They would attract a lot of attention, and their sudden disappearance would definitely arouse suspicion. If it was revered Lord Mo Jian who brought the two of them for secret training, then the two of them could reasonably disappear for a period of time. Exalt Mo Jian brought the two of them to the Grand Hall of the Canyon. The Black Biao King was already waiting for them inside. He knew that Yi Xing would return to the Dark Star sect before the third genius selection. Brother He Biao. Sir Emissary. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian arrived in front of the Black Biao King and cupped their fists in greeting. The Black Tiger King nodded at the two of them and said, "Let's go. The Dark Star Pagoda will be for the two of you to cultivate for the next few days. Try to raise your strength to the peak before the genius tryouts." The Black Biao King led the two of them to the back of the Grand Hall and activated the teleportation portal. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation hall of the Dark Star sect. After exiting the teleportation hall, the three of them went straight to the Dark Star Pagoda. Sir Emissary. Outside the Dark Star Pagoda, Zhou Kunchen saw the Black Biao King and quickly bowed. The Black Biao King nodded. Seeing that the pagoda door was closed, he asked, "Who's inside now?" Zhou Kunchen said, "It's the right emissary's disciple, Shimen Zhu." The Dark Star sect had 2 great emissaries, 4 great law kings, and 7 great elders. All of them were Star Sea Realm kings. Among them, the Black Biao King was the left emissary, and the right emissary was Shimen Manqing, also known as King Manqing. The Zhuo clan of the Dark Star sect's leader and the Shimen clan of the right emissary were the 2 most powerful clans in the Dark Star sect. Among them, the Zhuo clan was passed down from the founder of the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Hongyuan, while the Shimen clan was passed down from Zhuo Hongyuan's eldest disciple, Shimen Ji. The Dark Star sect had been passed down for almost 2,000 years. The Zhuo clan and the Shimen clan had developed to become extremely powerful. The 2 great emissaries, the 4 great law kings, and the 7 great elders occupied more than half of the upper echelons of the sect. Among them, the sect leader, Zhuo Xinglong, was the descendant of Zhuo Hongyuan and the current head of the Zhuo clan. The experts of the other clans combined only occupied a small portion of the upper echelons of the sect. The ancestor of the Shimen clan was the eldest disciple of the founder, Zhuo Hongyuan. The Shimen clan and the Zhuo clan had a close relationship. Together, they had the right to speak in the Dark Star sect. The Black Biao King and King Manqing, the 2 great emissaries, did not have a harmonious relationship. The Shimen clan, which had the right to speak in the sect, looked down on the weaker clans. Just like the Meng clan of the Dayuan dynasty, which looked down on the Meng clan's side branches, the Dayuan royal clan had a hierarchy. It was the same for the Dark Star sect. The Shimen clan only thought that the Zhuo clan and the Shimen clan were the main branches. The other clans were only side branches at best. Even though the Black Biao King was a 3-star king and was extremely powerful, he could not dominate the Dark Star sect and be ostracized by the right emissary, King Manqing. "How long has it been since Shimen Zhu went in?" the Black Biao King asked. "Not long ago. Less than an hour ago," Zhou Kunchen said. "Get him out. I will be in charge of the Dark Star Pagoda for the rest of the time. The disciples of the sect are not allowed to enter for now," the Black Biao King said. Shimen Zhu was a 4-star venerable. With his strength, he could stay in the Dark Star Pagoda for a few days without a problem. However, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian did not have much time. There were less than 20 days before the third genius selection would begin. Time was of the essence. The Black Biao King did not care who was cultivating in the Dark Star Pagoda. Regardless of who it was, they would have to make way for now. There was no difference in waiting for half a month. Zhou Kunchen did not dare to disobey the Black Biao King's order. He controlled the Dark Star Pagoda and forced Shimen Zhu out. "Zhou Kunchen, what are you doing? Why are you forcing me out of the Dark Star Pagoda?" Shimen Zhu was furious. He pointed at Zhou Kunchen and shouted. Although Zhou Kunchen was a high-level astral-reaching realm master, and Shimen Zhu was only a 4-star venerable, as the disciple of Manqing King, his position was higher than Zhou Kunchen's. Shimen Zhu was not an ordinary disciple of Manqing King, but a true disciple. Moreover, he was a 9-star green life disciple. His talent was astonishing. In the future, he would at least become a half-step king, or even a king. He had great potential, and was also a core disciple of the Shimen family. His position in the Dark Star sect was naturally not ordinary. It was not something Zhou Kunchen could compare with. Zhou Kunchen did not respond to Shimen Zhu, but looked at the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King said, "In this half a month, I will take the Dark Star Pagoda. Shimen Zhu, you can come back to cultivate after a while." Shimen Zhu saw the Black Biao King, and his expression turned serious. He did not dare to act rashly. However, he did not really respect the Black Biao King in his heart. Shimen Zhu said, "Sir Star Emissary, even if you are the left star emissary of our sect, you cannot take the Dark Star Pagoda by force. It is not like the Dark Star Pagoda is your personal property. Why can't you let me cultivate it? Make up for the first update on the 10th. Brothers, I am far behind in monthly votes. Please give me a monthly vote to calm my nerves and ignite my passion. Tomorrow, I will explode. Make up for yesterday's second update, and then return all the monthly votes." Chapter 550. The Black Biao King glanced at Shimen Zhu and said, "I want to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Do you have a problem with that?" Although the Black Biao King was ostracized by the Shimen clan, that was only because of the right emissary King Manqing. The rest of the Shimen clan didn't have the right to ostracize the Black Biao King. As for Shimen Zhu, he didn't even have the right to talk to the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King retorted and released his king's aura. Shimen Zhu felt like the world was spinning, as if the sky was falling down. Dong dong dong. Just a trace of King's aura was enough to push Shimen Zhu back. After retreating 10 steps and waiting for the Black Biao King to disperse the King's aura, Shimen Zhu finally stopped with fear in his eyes. Shimen Zhu said, "Lord Emissary, as a king, how is bullying a junior like me a heroic act? I will definitely tell my master about today's matter and ask him to make a judgment." The Black Biao King said, "Then go now. I will be here for half a month. King Manqing can come and make a judgment at any time." The Black Biao King was a 3-star king and the strongest in the Dark Star sect. Although King Manqing was also an emissary, he was only a 2-star king. King Manqing used his clan's power to ostracize the Black Biao King, but in reality, the Black Biao King didn't care about King Manqing at all. Not to mention King Manqing, even the Dark Star sect's leader, Zhuo Xinglong, could only comfort the Black Biao King. At the Black Biao King's level, who in the entire star continent could suppress him? He usually didn't fight with King Manqing because he didn't want to lower himself to the Black Biao King's level. Now, he wanted to nurture the Demon Star of Chaos, so he only needed to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for 10 days to half a month. If anyone still dared to complain in front of him, the Black Biao King would tyrannically crush them, no matter who they were. Humph. Shimen Zhu snorted. He didn't dare to anger the Black Biao King's strength. He looked at Yixing and Wei Qingxian. When his gaze landed on Wei Qingxian, he immediately ignored Yixing. Shock filled his eyes. It was the first time he, Shimen Zhu, had seen such a beautiful woman. However, even though Shimen Zhu was young, he was still a 4-star venerable. He would not lose his composure because of a woman. His expression quickly returned to normal, and he turned around to leave. Only one person can enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate at a time. Which one of you will go in first? The Black Biao King said to Yixing and Wei Qingxian. To him, Shimen Zhu was like air, and he did not care about her at all. Qingxian, you go first. If I go in, I will stay for a long time. You can go in and cultivate once, then come out and meditate. When I come out, you can go in and cultivate a second time, Yixing said. Then I'll go first. Wei Qingxian nodded. Wei Qingxian entered the Dark Star Pagoda, and the pagoda door immediately closed. Yixing withdrew his gaze, and said, Brother Black Biao, thank you. The Black Biao King's expression was normal, and he said, What's there to thank me for? Yixing said, The Dark Star Pagoda is the treasure of the Dark Star sect, and I am not a disciple of the Dark Star sect. Brother Black Biao, because of me and Qingxian, you don't allow disciples of the sect to cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda. This will definitely make many people unhappy. The Black Biao King said indifferently, If they're unhappy, then they're unhappy. I don't care. My contributions to the sect can't be compared to a dozen days of cultivation in the Dark Star Pagoda. Don't worry about them. Yixing nodded. Some words did not need to be said. Even though the Black Biao King did not care about other people's opinions, Yixing was still very grateful. The Dark Star spirit body was the initial part of a divine grade body tempering cultivation method. It was definitely an extremely precious treasure in the Dark Star sect, and it was not something ordinary disciples could cultivate. However, the Black Biao King brought Yixing here to cultivate, and he did not make Yixing make any promises or swear any oaths. Yixing was clear that this matter was probably not agreed by every upper echelon of the Dark Star sect. The Black Biao King must have suffered a lot of pressure because of this matter. Wei Qingxian had not returned to the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate her Dark Star spirit body for a year. However, in this 1 year, she had been cultivating body tempering and strengthening her physical body. This time, her Dark Star spirit body would definitely have a big breakthrough. She would have to stay in the Dark Star Pagoda for at least a day. The Black Biao King stood like a mountain, no longer speaking. Yixing sat on the ground beside him, continuing to cultivate the falling star incantation, completely transforming his astral stars into the profound grade falling star incantation's astral stars. Not long after, Shimen Zhu returned, following behind an old woman who looked to be about 60 years old. This old woman was the right emissary of the Dark Star sect, the famous King Manqing. Black Biao. As soon as King Manqing arrived, he angrily shouted, A dignified emissary, a Star Sea Realm king, bullying a junior venerable. Do you have any shame? Although the Black Biao King and King Manqing were both emissaries, because he did not care about power and had no interest in the sex affairs, he basically did not care about the sex affairs. As long as the sect leader did not say anything, King Manqing, the right emissary, had the final say in the Dark Star sex affairs. However, today, the Black Biao King forced King Manqing's disciple out of the Dark Star Pagoda just to let an outsider cultivate. When King Manqing heard this, it was simply heaven-defying. The Black Biao King looked at King Manqing, his aura not inferior in the slightest. He said, You also know that I am a dignified emissary, a Star Sea Realm king. This king wants to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Your disciple should make way, right? Could it be that your disciple's reputation is greater than mine, a star emissary and a king? Shimen Zhu said behind King Manqing, Lord Left Emissary, if you wanted to enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate, I would of course let you in immediately without any complaints. However, Lord Left Emissary stopped me from cultivating and let an outsider enter the Dark Star Pagoda. This makes it difficult for me to swallow this anger. King Manqing chuckled and said, Black Biao, did you hear that? It's not that my disciple doesn't know the rules, it's that you've gone too far. The Dark Star spirit body is a priceless treasure of our sect. There has never been a precedent of it being passed on to outsiders. You let an outsider in to cultivate. This is a guarantee with your life, so it's fine. However, you can't stop my disciple from cultivating because of an outsider. Everything has to be done in order. Immediately let the person in the pagoda out. After my disciple finishes cultivating, he will have the right to enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate. Yixing, who was cultivating on the side, opened his eyes. It turned out that the reason he could enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate the Dark Star spirit body was because the Black Biao King had used his life to guarantee to the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect. This made Yixing feel deeply moved. King Manqing's words were not without reason. However, this reason depended on who he was talking to. The Black Biao King was a dignified left emissary, a Star Sea Realm king. It was because he was pressed for time that he wanted to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda. It was not wrong for Shimen-ju to make way. What King Manqing said was reasonable, but his tone was forceful. He was using reason to oppress others. Chapter 551. The hierarchy of the Dark Star sect was higher than the emissaries were higher than the Dharma kings, and the Dharma kings were higher than the elders. As the left emissary, the Dark Star sect's leader was the only one who had a higher position than him. King Manqing was at most his equal. Furthermore, although the two emissaries were of the same rank in name, ever since the establishment of the Dark Star sect, the left emissary with a higher cultivation level had always been placed in the position of the left emissary. Every generation of the left emissary had always been superior to the right emissary. However, this generation was an exception. King Manqing was originally the left emissary, and the previous generations of left emissaries all came from the Shimen clan. More than 100 years ago, the right emissary died of old age, and the Black Tiger King, who was an elder, was promoted to the position of emissary. King Manqing was a 2-star king, and the Black Tiger King was a 3-star king. According to the precedent of the left emissary being the one with the higher cultivation, the Black Tiger King became the left emissary, and King Manqing became the right emissary. King Manqing was the current leader of the Shimen clan, and had once been the left emissary. How could she allow the Black Tiger King to be above her? Naturally, she opposed the Black Tiger King at every turn. The Black Tiger King wasn't interested in politics. Furthermore, the Shimen clan was powerful. Unless he used force, he couldn't win against King Manqing. After becoming the left emissary, the Black Tiger King spent most of his time traveling and doing practical things. He had a high reputation among the Dark Star sect members. Shimen-ju was only a disciple of the Dark Star sect, and the Black Tiger King was the Dark Star sect's left emissary. Regardless of martial cultivation, their status in the sect was worlds apart. The second in command of the sect wanted to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda, and Shimen-ju, a junior disciple, had to make way for him. It was only natural. However, Shimen-ju was still brooding. It was clear that he had no respect for the Black Tiger King. Shimen-ju alone didn't dare to be disrespectful to the Black Biao King. The reason why Shimen-ju was disrespectful was naturally because his master, King Manqing, disdained the Black Biao King and suppressed him time and time again. Under the influence of his master, Shimen-ju naturally didn't care about the Black Biao King. From the fact that King Manqing stood up for Shimen-ju and came knocking on their door, it could be seen to what extent King Manqing suppressed the Black Biao King. With the Black Biao King's status, not to mention delaying Shimen-ju from entering the Dark Astral Pagoda for half a month, even slapping Shimen-ju would not be a big deal. There was only one reason why King Manqing would denounce her for such a small matter, and that was that no matter what it was, as long as it was related to the Black Tiger King, she would stand on the winning side and absolutely not suffer a loss. Once a woman became narrow-minded, it was very scary. Even though Manqing King was a king, he couldn't tolerate the Black Biao King. She wanted to remind the Black Puma King and everyone else at all times who was the true number 2 figure of the Dark Star Church. The Black Biao King was a free and easy person. For the past 100 years, no matter what happened, he didn't haggle with the old woman, King Manqing. After all, King Manqing was more than 400 years older than him and was of the same generation as his master. There were some things that the Black Biao King gave in to her. However, the Black Biao King had his own principles and bottom line when dealing with matters. Today, King Manqing had come to denounce him for such a small matter. This touched the Black Biao King's bottom line, and the Black Biao King could not back down. The Black Biao King said, "Who does your disciple think he is? In front of this king, does he have the right to be first come first serve? Today, this king will say it here. In this half a month, the Dark Astral Pagoda will be occupied by this king. No one can use it. King Manqing shouted angrily, Black Biao, you are impudent. The Black Biao King snorted coldly and said, impudent? It is impudent for someone of low status to be arrogant in front of someone of high status. King Manqing, you and I are both emissaries. What right do you have to say these two words? Your disciple Shiman Zhu is the impudent one in front of this king. Ha! King Manqing sneered and said, Black Biao, you are only a junior in front of this king. You dare to be rude. If this is not impudent, then what is? In the world of martial Dao, unless there was a blood relationship or a master-disciple relationship, seniority was not determined by age, but by cultivation. The Black Biao King had long been a 3-star king, and his cultivation was a realm higher than King Manqing's. However, King Manqing always considered herself a senior and treated the Black Biao King as a junior. It was precisely because of King Manqing's tit-for-tat that the Black Biao King especially hated seniority and liked to talk with people of the same generation. When King Manqing said this, the Black Biao King's face also turned cold, and he said, You can think whatever you want, but for this half a month, this king has the final say in the Dark Astral Pagoda. Don't even think about touching it. In any case, it was impossible for the Black Biao King to back down, so he could only challenge. You are rebelling. King Manqing's face was cold. This was the first time the Black Biao King had fought with her, and it made her very angry. However, seeing that the Black Biao King had no intention of backing down, King Manqing could not order the Black Biao King around. Her gaze swept towards Zhou Kunshan, and she shouted, Zhou Kunshan, open the Dark Astral Pagoda and let the people inside come out. This. Zhou Kunshan looked at the Black Biao King with a troubled expression, and was in a dilemma. This was truly a fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. No matter who Zhou Kunshan listened to, it would not end well for him. The Black Biao King waved at Zhou Kunshan, You, come here. Zhou Kunshan walked over, and the Black Biao King chopped down with his palm, striking the back of Zhou Kunshan's neck. Zhou Kunshan immediately fainted on the ground. The Black Biao King knew that Zhou Kunshan was in a dilemma, so he directly knocked him out. If he did not open the Dark Astral Pagoda, King Manqing could not blame Zhou Kunshan. King Manqing thought that the Black Biao King would give in and let Zhou Kunshan open the Dark Astral Pagoda. Who would have thought that the Black Biao King would directly knock Zhou Kunshan out? Her anger rose with a whoosh. King Manqing angrily shouted, Good! Good! Good Black Biao, you must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall today. Are you determined to go against this old one? The Black Biao King said indifferently, King Manqing, one should know when to stop. I gave you face, so you have to cherish it. Don't be shameless. What right do you have to yell in front of this king? A person's emotions were closely related to their heart. From another perspective, if the Black Biao King treated King Manqing like how King Manqing treated him, King Manqing would have long been fuming with anger. However, the Black Biao King had always been calm and did not take King Manqing's suppression to heart. Today, the Black Biao King had only gone against her once, and King Manqing was already extremely angry. There was a big difference between a petty person and a free and easy person. King Manqing's face was completely ashen as he said angrily, You're rebelling. Black Biao, you're really rebelling. You think that everything will be fine after knocking Zhou Kunshan out? This old one will personally kick the person in the pagoda out. As he spoke, King Manqing slapped towards the Dark Astral Pagoda. How terrifying was the attack of a king! King Manqing wanted to forcefully shake the person in the pagoda out. If that was the case, the person in the pagoda would definitely be severely injured. To those who like to watch movies, I recommend a good movie, Journey to the West, The Return of the Great Sage. It's a domestic animated movie, a work of conscience. Chocolate went to the cinema to watch it twice. It's very good. If you're interested, you can go and watch it when you have time. Chapter 552. The Black Biao King's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the Dark Star Pagoda, striking out with his palm. The void in front of him shook, and the air suddenly compressed like a wall, turning into heavy waves that rolled back. Bang! With a crisp sound, the palm print that King Manching sent out was instantly shattered. The shock wave that swept out like a gale was extremely terrifying. King Manching's body shook, and his expression changed as he involuntarily retreated a dozen steps. Shiman Zhu, who was beside King Manching, let out a miserable groan as he was sent flying by the palm wind. In an instant, he flew 1,000 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. The aura on the Black Biao King's body rose again, forming an invisible aura that changed the color of the sky. The gale swept out, forming a huge vortex in the clouds. In the center of the vortex, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The terrifying aura was appalling. The Black Biao King was furious. He was seething with anger. King Manching had actually forcefully attacked, wanting to blast out the person in the Dark Star Pagoda. He didn't care about the life or death of the person in the pagoda, and this completely infuriated the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King was enraged, and his king's aura completely erupted. All the martial artists in the Dark Star sect felt their hearts tremble, and they felt an inexplicable panic. They all looked in the direction of the Dark Star Pagoda. Just looking at the vortex in the sky, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect all paled. What kind of powerful cultivator was able to create such a terrifying phenomenon? The Black Biao King glared angrily at King Manching and shouted, "Shiman Manching, you old hag, this king has retreated time and time again, do you really think this king is afraid of you? If you dare to attack again, don't think that this king won't cut you down just because you're an old hag. Come on." As the Black Biao King roared, his aura increased, and a gale swept through the sky. The vortex spun even more terrifyingly, and that terrifying aura pressed down. Even though King Manching was a 2-star king, he still found it difficult to breathe, as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. This time, the Black Biao King was truly enraged. He completely turned hostile and no longer backed down. He directly called King Manching by her name, and even called her an old hag. Since she didn't want face, the Black Biao King wouldn't give her any more face. King Manching trembled in anger. The Black Biao King's ruckus had attracted the attention of all the cultivators of the Dark Star Church. Shiman Manching, had been a star emissary for hundreds of years. She was a 2-star king, and even the Dark Star sect leader had to respect her. Yet today, someone had called her by her name, and even called her an old granny. Most importantly, the Black Tiger King's roar had been heard by countless Dark Star sect's martial practitioners. This was truly a great loss of face for her. However, the Black Biao King had actually erupted with such a terrifying aura. Even Manching King was apprehensive. She could only use her aura to suppress the Black Biao King. In terms of strength, how could a 2-star king like her be a match for a 3-star king like the Black Biao King? If they were to really fight, then the one to suffer would be her, Shiman Manching. Thus, King Manching was unable to do anything about the Black Biao King's rage. King Manching pointed at the Black Biao King, his finger trembling from anger. He angrily said, "Black Biao, you dare to be so disrespectful to me? You've gone against the heavens. I'll report this matter to the sect leader and have him punish you." The Black Biao King had suppressed his anger for a long time. In the past, he had taken into consideration King Manching's face. After all, the other party had some friendship with his master. However, King Manching had always refused to give face. Now that they had completely fallen out, the Black Biao King's heart was free and at ease. The Black Biao King said, "Old granny, go ahead and report. Even if the sect leader comes, this king will still occupy this Dark Star Pagoda for half a month." The Black Biao King's voice was loud and clear. He knew that the Dark Star sect leader had already come. This time, he had made it clear that no one could stop him. "Ah, junior brother. Why do you have to make such a ruckus? Everyone knows that the left and right emissaries don't get along. You're making a fool of yourself in front of the sect's disciples." Although the Dark Star sect leader hadn't appeared, his voice was transmitted over. The left and right emissaries didn't get along well. As the sect leader, it wasn't easy for him to manage them. However, apart from him, who else could manage the battle between the left and right emissaries? He had to intervene to avoid embarrassment. The Dark Star sect leader naturally didn't appear and mediated in secret. The Dark Star sect leader had a love-hate relationship with the Black Biao King. When the Black Biao King was young, he had been taken in as a disciple by the previous Dark Star sect leader. At that time, Zhuo Xinglong was already a king. He had taken great care of this junior brother of his. Most of the time, Zhuo Xinglong had taught the Black Biao King many things on behalf of his master. However, the Black Biao King's aptitude was quite high. As his cultivation increased and almost caught up to his senior brother, Zhuo Xinglong's mentality changed. The Dark Star sect leader's position had always been passed down from generation to generation. However, there were exceptions where it was passed down to someone with a different surname. 1,000 years ago, there was a genius from the Shiman clan who was too monstrous. He had become a 3-star king before the age of 100 and was passed down to the sect leader. This sect leader had only been in the position for less than 100 years before he died in the battle with the Great Yuan dynasty. In this period of time, the Shiman clan had developed extremely quickly. They were almost a level higher than the Zhuo clan. If it wasn't for the sect leader's early death, the Shiman clan would have definitely become the #1 clan in the Dark Star sect. The sect leader's position would have been passed down from generation to generation. There were rumors that the sect leader of the Shiman clan had fallen into the trap of the Great Yuan dynasty because someone in the sect had purposely leaked his whereabouts. However, this rumor was absolutely forbidden in the Dark Star sect. If someone had purposely leaked his whereabouts, the biggest suspect would be the Zhuo clan. The Zhuo clan was the #1 clan in the Dark Star sect. They definitely wouldn't allow such a rumor to spread. However, it was better to prevent people from spreading it. With such a rumor circulating in the dark, the Zhuo clan couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. With the precedent of that genius from the Shiman clan becoming the sect leader, Zhuo Xinglong was worried that He Biao would surpass him and become the sect leader, treating He Biao as a competitor. Once He Biao became a competitor, the relationship between him and Zhuo Xinglong would naturally weaken. He Biao King had no intention of becoming the sect leader. The previous sect leader was also a member of the Zhuo clan. In the end, the sect leader's position still fell to Zhuo Xinglong. However, their relationship had broken down, and it was extremely difficult to restore it. Some of the things that had been done couldn't be ignored. Therefore, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Xinglong, and He Biao had a brotherly relationship as well as some distant feelings. Ever since the two of them rose to high positions, they rarely communicated with each other. When the sect leader's voice sounded, Manqing King's eyes lit up. Before He Biao King could say anything, Manqing King had already said loudly, "Sect leader, He Biao is too lawless. Not only did he attack me, he also injured my disciple. He is so arrogant and reckless. Please punish him. I recommend a novel Saint's Disciple." Book number 3508147. It's a new fantasy novel by my good friend, Lonesome Reads South China. Brothers who are in the middle of a book can go take a look and see if it's your cup of tea. Chapter 553. The Black Biao King smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader, you've seen it yourself. For some people, the more you give in, the more they'll push their luck. I've had enough of this old woman. Since we've turned against each other today, I'll make it clear that no one can change anything. Even if you kick me out of the Dark Star sect, I'll still use the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Sect leader, with my contribution to the Dark Star sect, half a month's worth of cultivation rights should be enough, right?" Yi Xing, who wasn't far from the Black Biao King, suddenly felt his heart tremble. He felt a powerful aura lock onto him. It was as if an expert was sizing him up. The Dark Star sect leader's voice rang out again, "Junior brother, you're exaggerating. You're one of the pillars of the Dark Star sect, and I'm not crazy. Why would I kick you out of the Dark Star sect? However, that youth beside you is the chaotic era demon star you spoke of, right? You're a 3-star king and our star emissary. Is it worth it to fall out with the right star emissary for him? The Black Biao King and Manqing King fell out because of Wei Qingxian in the pagoda, not because of Yi Xing. However, strictly speaking, it didn't make a difference whether it was Wei Qingxian or Yi Xing. It was only because Wei Qingxian was cultivating in the pagoda, and Yi Xing hadn't entered yet. The Black Biao King said, "This isn't a matter of whether it's worth it or not. It's just that this old woman has been showing off in front of me for the past 100 years. I merely saw that she was an old woman with one foot in the grave, so I didn't want to lower myself to her level. However, she took an inch and wanted a mile. I couldn't take it anymore, so there's no need to take it anymore. She's only a 2-star king, and her qi and blood are old. I can easily suppress her. What qualifications does she have to take advantage of her seniority and point fingers at me? If she still wants to step on my head, then I can only throw her down. If I don't hurt her, she won't know that I, the Black Biao King, am a 3-star king." Although the Black Pangolin King was speaking the truth, Manqing Monarch was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She had always chosen to ignore the fact that the Black Pangolin King was a 3-star king, and had constantly proven that she was the number 2 figure of the Dark Star Church. Now, the Black Biao King had made it clear that he was a 3-star king, while King Manqing was only a 2-star king. She didn't have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as him. This was simply a promotion to King Manqing's sore spot. This was precisely what she was unwilling to admit the most. As if his reverse scale had been touched, King Manqing flew into a rage and shouted, "Cult leader, listen to him, what is he saying?" "Ah! What did he say? I was already the left star emissary 400 years ago. Even if I move to the position of the right star emissary later on, I am not someone who can be compared to him. Who does he think he is? How dare he bully me like this?" The Black Tiger King grunted coldly and said, "Old Granny, since you look down on this king, then let's fight today and decide who's superior. Let's see exactly who's worth." "Enough." The Dark Star cult leader's voice rang out, containing a trace of anger. He, the cult leader, had already stepped forward. If the 2-star emissaries still fought, then it would show that he, the Dark Star cult leader, was incompetent. The Dark Star cult leader shouted, "The Dark Star Pagoda will be under the control of the Left Star emissary for the next half a month. No one is allowed to interfere." King Manqing was stunned. She thought she had misheard. Shocked, she asked, "Cult leader, what did you say?" The Dark Star cult leader's tone was very displeased. "Right Star emissary, you are a few hundred years older than us. You should be a person of virtue and prestige. Don't use your seniority to bully others. Moreover, the Left Star emissary is a 3-star king. How can she be bullied by you? Stop asking for trouble and go back. If you insist on being stubborn, then I won't interfere in today's matter. You can settle it in private. Don't bother me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Star cult leader's aura disappeared. It was obvious that he had retreated. King Manqing wanted to use the Dark Star cult leader's power to attack the Black Panther King, but in the end, her wish fell through. If the Dark Star cult leader didn't interfere, she wouldn't dare to provoke the Black Panther King. If the Black Panther King suppressed her, then she would lose all her face and wouldn't be able to raise her head again. Humph! King Manqing snorted angrily. She cursed the Black Panther King countless times in her heart. She even looked at Yi Xing with hatred. After giving him a fierce glare, she turned and left. Yi Xing was speechless. He hadn't even said a word to this old woman, but she gave him a fierce glare. How unlucky! King Manqing had retreated. The Black Panther King wanted to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Naturally, the remaining warriors of the Dark Star cult didn't dare to come to the Dark Star Pagoda. Soon, the place quieted down. The Black Panther King stood like a mountain with an indifferent expression. He wasn't affected by King Manqing's disturbance. Yixing quickly calmed down and continued to cultivate the falling star incantation and transform star force. Not long after, Zhou Kunchen woke up. Seeing that the right emissary was gone, he knew that the right emissary had left. He thought that it was lucky that he was knocked out by the left emissary. Otherwise, if the right emissary hated him, his days would be difficult. After more than a day, Yixing's star force had been completely transformed. The 7th level of the superior spirit level falling star incantation had been successfully transformed into the 3rd level of the inferior profound level falling star incantation. Yixing still had the inferior profound level falling star incantation in his mind. He didn't need to worry about it before he reached the star sea realm. Although the 3rd level of the inferior profound level falling star incantation was comparable to the superior spirit level falling star incantation, the higher the level, the faster the cultivation. Even if there were other warriors who had cultivated the superior spirit level cultivation incantation to the perfection realm when they were 8 stars venerated masters, their cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Yixing's. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate the superior spirit level cultivation incantation to the perfection realm. Many 9 stars venerated masters might not be able to do it. Therefore, Yixing's cultivation speed was much faster than warriors of the same level. After Yixing's star force had been completely transformed, Wei Qingxian came out of the Dark Star Pagoda 4 hours later. Although she was a little tired, Wei Qingxian was very happy. She had benefited a lot in the Dark Star Pagoda this time. Her Dark Star incantation must have reached the perfection realm, but she didn't know what level it had reached. From 6 stars venerated masters to half-step venerated masters, they all belonged to the perfection realm of the Dark Star incantation. Currently, Yixing's physical strength was between 8 stars venerated masters and 9 stars venerated masters. He was already halfway to the perfection realm. After Wei Qingxian came out of the Dark Star Pagoda, Yixing entered the pagoda and quickly arrived at the 4th floor. With Yixing's attainments in the Dark Star incantation, only the dark figures equivalent to 9 stars venerated masters or half-step venerated masters would have an effect on his Dark Star incantation. The dark figures on the 4th floor were all 6 stars venerated masters. With Yixing's dragon blood spear in hand, he killed everyone that came out. Add the second update on the 10th. It's Monday. Looking for recommendation tickets. Try to be more popular today. Chapter 554. Yixing was an exalted 8-star venerable, a perfect extreme spiritual martial artist, and 3 forces of heaven and earth as one. Even if he didn't use his astrology, he was still one of the top enlightened masters. Yixing kept killing. One shadow after another was destroyed by the dragon blood spear. Even the shadow equivalent to exalted 9-star venerable was no exception. It couldn't block Yixing's spear at all. Ever since Yixing killed the dark figure that was equivalent to the venerable 9 stars, his body had absorbed the dark star force that the dark figure had turned into after its collapse. His attainments in the dark star spirit body had continued to improve. As time passed, more and more shadow equivalent to exalted 9-star venerable died under the dragon blood spear. Yixing's body continued to strengthen, and his strength gradually increased. In the end, he reached the level of exalted 9-star. His powerful body gave Yixing the ability to fight for a long time. After an unknown period of time, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the 4th floor of the pagoda. A shadow equivalent to a half-step exalted appeared. A half-step exalted had the astral energy in his body strengthened to the extreme of the astral realm. He could also communicate with a trace of the universe's power. He was far stronger than exalted 9-star. Although he couldn't compare to a real exalted, a half-step exalted was still a exalted. He was extremely powerful. Boom! The half-step Martial Highness dark figure threw out a punch, causing the space in front of him to explode with a loud explosion. Yixing immediately felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if the void around him had become hard and was squeezing him. The power of a single punch had compressed the air into a wall. Even for an ordinary opponent, just the compression of the air would cause their body to explode and they would die. Just the pressure of the void was so terrifying. How powerful was this punch? It was even more shocking. Yi Xing immediately felt that it was difficult to move. He felt as if he had sunk into the ground. The void around him was like mud and sand, restricting his movements. Wind Shadow Spear Technique. Yi Xing couldn't dodge in time, so he stabbed out with his spear. In an instant, the spear shot out like a stream of light and stabbed out dozens of times. Bang 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 bang, the half-step venerable dark figure maintained the same punch. The astral spear in front of him was completely shattered by the punch. Yi Xing was startled as the dragon blood spear in his hand buzzed from the impact. Dong 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 dong, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xing retreated several dozen steps. The strength of a half-step martial highness was too terrifying. Without a strong attack power, it was useless if one only had a fast attack speed. A streak of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows, turning into a flaming star that hung high in the sky. The extreme level of the flame astral aspect was activated, and the terrifying astral power fell. Yi Xing's strength skyrocketed, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yi Xing was not afraid at all even if he was going against someone who was half a step away from being a martial honor. He was extremely confident. Boom! The half-martial highness realm dark figure threw out another punch. The space shook violently as the gust of the punch instantly arrived. Kill! Yi Xing shouted. The dragon blood spear shone brightly as he stabbed out, turning into nearly 100 spear shadows that swept out like a gust of wind. Bang 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 bang, the dark figure's gust of wind contained terrifying power. Dozens of the astral spear shadows were shattered by the punch. Yi Xing felt the power from the dragon blood spear, and his arm felt slightly numb. The strength of a half-step martial honor was indeed terrifying. Even if Yi Xing used the extreme level of the star aspect, it was still not easy to deal with. However, this time, Yi Xing's astral spear shadows were much more powerful than when he didn't use the star aspect. There were many astral spears and some of the astral spears that were at the edge of the fist shadows were not shattered by the astral spears. Instead, they penetrated the fist shadows and attacked the dark figure. The dark figure flashed and dodged the attack of the astral spears at an extremely fast speed. Once again, he performed an extreme-level spiritual martial art fist technique and attacked Yi Xing. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang, Yi Xing used the wind shadow spear art to fight against the enemy. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were layers upon layers of spear shadows that flashed like flowing light, ruthlessly attacking the dark figure. The dark figure's strength was indeed powerful. In the face of such a dense attack of astral spears, a punch was enough to shatter one of them. The remaining astral spears were dodged with speed and were not at a disadvantage. At every moment, Yi Xing and the dark figure were colliding countless times, and the sound of explosions was unceasing. Ever since the wind shadow spear art had broken through to the perfection realm, Yi Xing had never encountered such an evenly matched battle. The dragon blood spear in his hand was thrusting out faster and faster, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. His martial arts potential was quickly being stimulated in this intense battle. Suddenly, a light flashed in Yi Xing's mind. His comprehension of the wind shadow spear art had reached a new height. Breaking through to the perfection realm was the perfection realm. In an instant, Yi Xing's spear speed increased by a large margin. Every thrust of his spear was like an antelope's horn, untraceable. The number of spear shadows in the surroundings suddenly increased and became denser. Moreover, the power of each spear was even more terrifying. Puff puff puff, even though the dark figure's attainments in the perfection realm were extremely high, and the power of his fist was also incomparably strong, it was still unable to shatter so many astral spears. In the blink of an eye, the dark figure was struck several times, and several holes were pierced in his body. The dark figure roared angrily, and immediately changed from offense to defense. Both of his fists were used to defend in all directions, and transformed into an astral fist that enveloped him, shattering all of the astral spears that were thrusting from all directions. Yixing unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks on the dark figure. With every thrust of his spear, his understanding of the wind shadow spear arts deepened. He became more and more familiar with it, and his spear arts became more and more godly. In the end, the dark figure was still unable to block Yixing's perfect spear art. The dragon blood spear broke through the opponent's astral fist defense, and very quickly, the dark figure was defeated, turning into a high-quality dark astral power that was absorbed by Yixing. Whoosh! Just as this dark figure was killed by Yixing, another terrifying aura came. On the 4th floor of the pagoda, another half-step honorable realm dark figure appeared. Yixing's wind shadow spear art had reached the perfection realm, and he could even kill a half-step honorable realm expert. However, Yixing put away the dragon blood spear. Not only did he need to kill the dark figure and cultivate the dark spirit body, he also needed to cultivate martial arts. Now that the wind shadow spear art had reached the perfection realm, Yixing also needed to cultivate another extreme spiritual martial art, the sky burning sun fist, to the perfection realm. After the sky burning sun fist, it was the archery art, the black flame arrow art. Although Yixing's current strength was enough to kill a half-step honorable realm expert, and his chances of winning the 3rd round of the competition were very high, Yixing still needed to raise his strength as much as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. Qin Wentian had to obtain the number 1 son of the stars on the heavenly fate rankings. He had to be prepared to face off against the strongest opponents and raise his strength to the limit. Chapter 555. Although the sky-burning sun fist and the black flame arrow art were also at perfection, the time needed to reach perfection was much shorter than the wind shadow spear art. Therefore, these two extreme rank spirit martial arts were much harder to break through to perfection than the wind shadow spear art, and would take much longer. However, Yixing had a super brain and an amazing comprehension ability. As long as there was an opportunity to break through to perfection, he would be able to grasp it accurately. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before these two extreme rank spirit martial arts reached perfection. It was the same as the first time he had entered the Dark Star Pagoda. When he was tired, he would return to the 2nd floor to rest. When he was well rested, he would return to the 4th floor to continue the battle. Yixing used all of his trump cards. One after another, the half-step venerable dark figures fell under his hands. While his martial attainment increased, his body also absorbed the dark star power and continued to strengthen. A few days later, Yixing's sky-burning sun fist successfully broke through to perfection. Yixing switched to archery to kill his enemies. His archery attainment of Heart 6 transformations, black flame arrow art at perfection, dark aura and fire aura of one with the heavens, peak extreme rank spirit weapon Big Dipper bow, physical strength equivalent to venerable 9 stars, and extreme grade fire astral form, Yixing still hadn't used Sagittarius constellation to increase the power of his arrows. He had only used the other aspects of his strength. The arrows shot out by the Big Dipper bow had already reached a frightening level. Even the half-step venerable dark figures couldn't block more than a few arrows before they were killed. As more and more half-step venerable dark figures were killed, Yixing's body gradually strengthened. His dark star spirit body was getting closer and closer to perfection. His physical strength had already surpassed venerable 9 stars, and was about to reach half-step venerable realm. Using archery to kill the dark figures was too fast. In comparison, Yixing's dark spirit body improved the fastest when he was practicing archery. Before the black flame arrow technique reached the transformation stage, Yixing's dark star spirit body had already reached the great perfection stage. Full circle was the limit of the dark star spirit body. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to go to the 5th level and learn the dark star Xian body cultivation method. By refining his body into a dark star Xian body, he would be able to compete with astral reaching realm experts with just the power of his body. The dark figure on the 5th floor should be at least a 1-star venerable. With Yixing's current strength, he was not qualified to challenge the 5th floor. Therefore, it would be good if he could cultivate the Dark Star spirit body to the limit. Although the Dark Star Xian body was powerful, it was not something that Yixing could touch right now. Yixing continued to cultivate on the 4th floor of the Dark Star Pagoda. His physical strength had reached the level of a half-step honorable. He withdrew his astrology, worldly momentum, and other aspects of his strength. He only relied on his attainments in archery to fight his enemies. In this way, killing the half-step honorable dark figure would be a lot more difficult. However, it would be more beneficial for the cultivation of the black flame arrow art. After cultivating bitterly for more than a day, Yixing's black flame arrow art finally had an opportunity to break through to the perfection realm. Yixing was blessed with good fortune. The black flame arrow art was displayed in his hands, reaching perfection. There were no moves or styles, but it possessed an extremely frightening power. Puff! The perfection realm black flame arrow art was displayed. An arrow shot out explosively, killing the half-step honorable dark figure. The power of archery is indeed powerful. I haven't used the power of the astrology and worldly momentum yet. If I were to use all of my strength, how powerful would the arrow be? What if I add the power of the Sagittarius constellation? Yixing's eyes shone. Even if his wind shadow spear art and great sun burning sky fist were also at the perfection realm, the black flame arrow art was still a heaven-defying trump card. Even Yixing himself wasn't sure how powerful the arrow would be if he were to use all of his trump cards. At the very least, a half-step honorable expert would definitely be killed in an instant. There was no doubt about it. Yixing left the Dark Star Pagoda and asked about the time. He had stayed in the Dark Star Pagoda for 8 days. He was also secretly estimating the time inside the pagoda. There wasn't much difference. Hiss. Perfection realm. Hearing Yixing say that his Dark Star spirit body had reached the perfection realm, Zhou Kunshan sucked in a breath of cold air. The Black Biao King also exclaimed. The first time he cultivated the Dark Star spirit body, he reached the perfection realm. The second time he cultivated, he reached the perfection realm. Since the establishment of the Dark Star sect, there had never been someone who could cultivate the Dark Star spirit body so quickly. Yixing was like a person who was born for the Dark Star spirit body. This speed shocked even the Black Biao King. The more shocked the Black Biao King was, the happier he was. This proved that his philosophy was correct. A demon star in troubled times was indeed extraordinary. He believed that Yixing would definitely have a heaven-defying performance in the future. The Black Biao King's eyes shone brightly. He saw the light of hope. Perhaps, the destruction of the Great Yuan dynasty could really come true on Yixing, this demon star in troubled times. These days, Wei Qingxian didn't mind being outside the Dark Star Pagoda. She had been bitterly cultivating her body technique. After Yixing came out of the Dark Star Pagoda, she went in to cultivate again. This time, the cultivation time was relatively shorter. She came out of the pagoda after about a day. My physical body has been cultivated to between an 8-star venerable and a 9-star venerable. I can no longer absorb any more Dark Star energy. The Dark Star spirit body can't be improved for the time being. Wei Qingxian came out and spoke of her attainments in the Dark Star spirit body. As she spoke, she glanced at Yixing. Yixing's cultivation of the Dark Star spirit body was really abnormal. Her attainments in the Dark Star spirit body were about the same as Yixing's when he first cultivated it. But Yixing had already reached the great circle of the Dark Star spirit body. The next breakthrough would be the cultivation of the Dark Star Xian body. Very good. The strength of the two of you is definitely not inferior to the top geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty. Especially Brother Yixing. This time, I have high hopes for you to win and become the son of the stars. The Black Biao King smiled. He was very happy. There were only a few days left until the genius selection. The Black Biao King brought the two of them back to the Blood Edge Academy through the transmission array. Honorable Mo Jian was waiting in the grand hall of the valley deep in the backyard. When he saw Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian return, he did not ask about the two of them in the Dark Star sect. The next day, Honorable Mo Jian led the junior geniuses of the Blood Edge Empire who were participating in the third genius selection from the Academy to the Divine Continent Mountain. At the foot of the Divine Continent Mountain, there was a huge transmission array. It was the only Class 5 transmission array in the East Divine Continent. A Level 5 teleportation formation required much more energy than a Level 4 teleportation formation. Every time it was activated, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Normally, this teleportation formation would be sealed. It would only be activated when the East Divine Continent and the Middle Sky Continent had business dealings. The junior geniuses who were participating in the third genius selection were led by their seniors to the Divine Continent Mountain. A year had passed, and the junior geniuses of the East Divine Continent had all improved in their cultivation. Compared to a year ago, they had undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 556. Among the younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire, Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue were among the top 10 geniuses, while Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were among the rising stars. Therefore, the arrival of the Bloody Edge Empire's warriors immediately attracted the attention of the younger geniuses. Many of them looked over with fighting spirit. After a year of cultivation, all the geniuses of the younger generation had improved. They were all unconvinced of the geniuses who had once suppressed them. Mo Tong was the #1 genius of the 10 great geniuses. Many of the younger geniuses wanted to challenge him, to take his position and replace him. However, these young geniuses did not know that this first-ranked genius had already lost to Yi Xing at the beginning of the year. Although this had caused a sensation in the Bloody Edge Academy, it had not spread to the outside world. Mo Tong was a member of the royal family of the Blood Edge Empire, while Yi Xing was just a foreign student who had just entered the Blood Edge Academy. Mo Tong's defeat made all the other students feel ashamed, so of course they wouldn't spread the news. Yi Xing also didn't deliberately spread the news, so the other warriors naturally didn't know. Currently, Mo Tong's cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the Astral Star Realm. His strength was comparable to an 8-star Venerable Master. However, he did not have the guts to ask Yi Xing to take back the stage. When Yi Xing defeated him, he was only a 6th-star Venerable. Now, Yi Xing was a 7th-star Venerable. Mo Tong knew how powerful Yi Xing was. He had no chance of winning at the same level. He was sure that if he challenged Yi Xing, he would be asking for trouble. The result would be the same as last time. Mo Tong, do you dare to fight me? Not long after the warriors of the Bloody Edge Empire arrived, Yi Wuyan flew over, flapping a pair of wings on a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool. Among the top 10 geniuses, Yi Wuyan was ranked 2nd, while Mo Tong was ranked 1st. A year ago, Yi Wuyan had only been defeated by Mo Tong. A year later, Yi Wuyan had become a 7-star Venerable, and his strength was much stronger than before. He did not believe that Mo Tong could defeat him. Although Mo Tong had been defeated by Yi Xing, he still had his pride. He did not take the other geniuses seriously. Why wouldn't I? Mo Tong shouted and flew out from the group of Shui Feng Empire warriors. With Yi Xing by his side, Mo Tong's #1 ranking was just a joke. This made Mo Tong very depressed, and a flame of fury burned in his heart. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Yi Xing. Now that Yi Wuyan had challenged him, Mo Tong could vent his anger on Yi Wuyan. Fierce Blood Claw. Mo Tong flew out and without saying a word, he performed the extreme spiritual martial art, Fierce Blood Claw, and grabbed at Yi Wuyan. A giant blood-red claw tore through the air current. It contained terrifying power and instantly reached for Yi Wuyan's head. Although he did not use his astrology, Mo Tong did not show any mercy when he attacked. His strength was fully unleashed. Black Flame Palm. Yi Wuyan suddenly emitted a scorching aura. It seemed that there was a flame burning in his body. A ball of invisible flame gushed out in an instant. He slapped at the blood claw in the sky with one palm and slapped at Mo Tong with the other. The blood claw in the sky was smashed by the black flame palm. The blood chi was burned into nothingness by the black flame. Mo Tong clawed out again and shattered Yi Wuyan's black flame palm. The two of them were evenly matched. Bang 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 bang, in the blink of an eye, the two made more than 10 moves in a row, but they could not defeat each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 10 moves, the two used their astrology at the same time. Mo Tong's astral power was a notch above Yi Wuyan's. Soon, the evenly matched situation between the two was broken. Yi Wuyan was forced to retreat. After 20 moves, Yi Wuyan was defeated. I admit defeat. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Mo Tong raised his head slightly, revealing a sense of arrogance. Ever since he was defeated by Yi Xing in the academy, Mo Tong's heart had only been suppressed. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. However, when Mo Tong thought of Yi Xing, the arrogance on his face dimmed a little. Yi Xing had become his inner demon. His pride was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xing. Mo Tong shook his head and dispelled these negative thoughts. He thought to himself, among the younger generation, I'm only inferior to Yi Xing. The rest of the geniuses are nothing in front of me. Thinking of this, Mo Tong felt much better in his heart. The pride on his face returned. However, he did not know that among the younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire, besides Yi Xing, there was also Wei Qingxian, an 8-star venerable. Wei Qingxian did not suppress her cultivation. However, since she did not use her astral energy, the aura of her cultivation did not leak out. Other than venerables, the rest of the martial artists could not see through her cultivation. Naturally, venerables would not be so bored as to point out that Wei Qingxian was an 8-star venerable. As for Yi Xing, he used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation. Even venerables could not see through his true cultivation. They could only see that he was a 7-star venerable. Some of the younger generation of the 10 prodigies were already at the 7th level of the astral realm. The 7-star venerable was not outstanding at all. Mo Tong's gaze selectively ignored Yi Xing and swept across the other geniuses of the younger generation with an air of arrogance. He. Mo Tong, I, Ying Xiangyang, will challenge you. It's time for the first place of the 10 prodigies to change hands. Just when Mo Tong thought that other than Yi Xing, the rest of the younger generation would cower under his gaze, a cold sneer sounded. The Heavenly Eagle Empire's younger generation genius, Ying Xiangyang, flew over. Last year, Ying Xiangyang was only a rising star. Later on, during the selection at the end of the year, he shocked everyone. Not only did he make it into the 10 prodigies, but he also made it into the top 5. The veteran prodigies, Yi Wuxue and Wu Yuanzheng, had both been defeated by Ying Xiangyang. Now, a year had passed, and Ying Xiangyang had improved tremendously. He was already a 7-star venerable, and he actually dared to challenge Mo Tong, the number 1 prodigy. Mo Tong glanced at Ying Xiangyang with disdain and said, among the younger generation of the Heavenly Eagle Empire, only Ying Zhangkong is worthy of my attention and can take a few of my moves. You don't have the right to challenge me. Ying Xiangyang smiled proudly. Ying Changkong and Yi Wuyan have already lost to me. Now, it's your turn. In front of me, Ying Xiangyang, none of you are worthy of the title prodigy. In terms of age, Ying Xiangyang was 2 or 3 years younger than Mo Tong, Ying Changkong, and Yi Wuyan, but they were all 7-star venerable. In terms of potential, Ying Xiangyang was indeed more talented. When Mo Tong heard Ying Xiangyang say that Ying Changkong and Yi Wuyan had already lost to him, he was surprised. If that was true, then Ying Xiangyang would really be a formidable opponent. With Yi Xing stepping on his head, Mo Tong was already very unhappy. He could not tolerate a second prodigy of the younger generation stepping on his head. The disdain in Mo Tong's eyes faded, and it was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. I'm very sorry. I didn't make it big again today. Sigh. Brothers, vote for other authors. Don't vote for chocolate for now. I can't afford it. Today's energy was all attracted by the box office battle of The Return of the Great Sage. I'll definitely correct the delay tomorrow. I'll only update 3 chapters today. I won't ask for monthly votes, but I'll ask for a free recommendation ticket. Thank you. Chapter 557. Mo Tong gave a cold snort and said, "Then bring it on." Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from Mo Tong's body as a beam of starlight shot into the sky. He had directly used his astrology. Yixing stepping on his head was already the limit of what Mo Tong could tolerate. He could not tolerate a second person challenging his position. Ying Xiangyang's challenge had completely ignited the anger in Mo Tong's heart, causing his strength to erupt. Ha ha ha! Ying Xiangyang sneered. He did not care much about the terrifying aura that Mo Tong had erupted with. Ying Xiangyang said, "You have quite a temper. It's a pity that your strength has not improved much in the past year. You have a temper but no strength. Nothing good will come of it." Mo Tong said angrily, "It's more than enough to deal with a junior like you." Ying Xiangyang chuckled. "Ha! I'll let you see what a true genius is." As he spoke, Ying Xiangyang raised his hand and a high-grade spirit weapon appeared. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used his astrology. Ying Xiangyang's astrology was a hurricane star, and its grade had reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! Ying Xiangyang's hurricane astrology greatly increased his speed. His figure flashed and he disappeared in an instant. Mo Tong's expression suddenly changed. Ying Xiangyang's speed was too fast. Even he couldn't see Ying Xiangyang's figure clearly. He could only vaguely see a faint figure moving at extreme speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ying Xiangyang not only had the hurricane astrology to increase speed, but his comprehension of the power of the wind far surpassed that of ordinary geniuses. He had walked far in the realm of intricacy, and his attainments in lightness techniques were also quite high. In terms of speed, even a 9-star venerable might not be a match for Ying Xiangyang. Mo Tong's strength was considered average among 8-star venerables, so it was naturally difficult for him to see Ying Xiangyang's figure clearly. Mo Tong's expression was grim. Ying Xiangyang suddenly appeared in front of him and then behind him. His whereabouts were unpredictable, and he could attack from any direction. This made Mo Tong feel that it was impossible to guard against, and the pressure was great. "If you want to fight, then fight. What tricks are you playing?" Seeing that Ying Xiangyang was not attacking, Mo Tong shouted coldly. If Ying Xiangyang had attacked him directly, Mo Tong would have been able to lock onto his position. However, Ying Xiangyang was constantly moving around him, making it impossible for Mo Tong to pinpoint Ying Xiangyang's position. His heart was constantly on guard, and it was very stifling. "Ha! Are you in such a hurry to fail? I'll fulfill your wish," Ying Xiangyang said with a smile. His voice seemed to come from all directions. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 ear-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the void. 7 beams of sword energy shot toward Mo Tong from different directions and angles. Supreme Class Spiritual Martial Art, 18 Swords of Sky Eagle. Ying Xiangyang changed his direction and stabbed out 7 times in an instant. Fierce Blood Claw. Mo Tong's hands turned red as he executed the ferocious Blood Claw. He quickly clawed out and shattered the 7 astral swords. "Is that all you've got?" Mo Tong shouted coldly. "Hee hee, that was just an appetizer. Now we're getting serious." Ying Xiangyang's voice rang out, followed by the flash of his sword. In the blink of an eye, 12 sword lights shot toward Mo Tong from the front, back, left, right, and all directions. Mo Tong's pupils constricted as a sense of danger rose in him. He could easily block the 7 beams of sword energy that came at him at the same time, but Ying Xiangyang's 12 beams of sword energy that came at him from different directions made him feel as though he could not block them. After all, these were beams of sword energy that came at him from different directions. If they had come from the same direction, Mo Tong might have been able to block dozens of them at the same time. However, Mo Tong now felt that his life was in danger. Blood Shadow Tempest. Mo Tong shouted and unleashed the ultimate move of the fierce blood claw. Claw shadows slashed out in all directions, stirring up a bloody tempest. Clang! 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 10 beams of sword energy were blocked by Mo Tong. However, there were a total of 12 beams of sword energy that came at him. Swoosh! When Mo Tong unleashed the Blood Shadow Tempest, he made his move. He dispersed the 10 beams of sword energy and shot out from a safe angle. The other 2 beams of sword energy missed. I've been waiting for you to break out of the encirclement. Ing Xiangyang's voice rang out, accompanied by a terrifying beam of sword energy. Whoosh! The air was split in half, and the sky seemed to have been cut open by the sword energy. The terrifying beam of sword energy arrived in front of Mo Tong in an instant. This attack was not just a long-range attack of sword energy. Ing Xiangyang wielded a supreme-grade spirit weapon and charged directly at him. It was an extremely fast and powerful attack. The speed of this sword was faster than any of the previous ones. Mo Tong was horrified. He hastily circulated his astral energy to form a protective shield to prevent Chang Chang from clawing at him. The sword energy was already in front of him. The claw attack had just formed when it was split open by the beam of sword energy. The protective shield was also split in two by the supreme-grade spirit weapon. The supreme-grade spirit weapon slammed into Mo Tong's body. Mo Tong grunted in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated rapidly. Mo Tong was wearing a supreme-grade spirit-grade defensive inner armor. The blade of the sword did not cut through the inner armor and injure his body, but the terrifying power contained in the attack was transmitted into Mo Tong's body and injured his internal organs. Ing Xiangyang sheathed his sword and stood with a proud expression. I, Ing Xiangyang, am the #1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent. Prodigy? Who in the East Divine Continent dares to call themselves prodigies in front of Ing Xiangyang? Mo Tong was sent flying 1,000 meters away by Ing Xiangyang's attack. His face was deathly pale, and he hurriedly ate a healing spirit pill. Only then did his complexion improve. Looking at the arrogant Ing Xiangyang, Mo Tong's face was livid with rage. His pride as the #1 prodigy had been mercilessly crushed once again. Ing Xiangyang had followed in Yixing's footsteps and stepped on his head as well. Pfft! Mo Tong spat out another mouthful of blood, but this time it was not caused by Ing Xiangyang. It was because he had nowhere to vent his frustrations and had been angered to the point of vomiting blood. However, after vomiting blood, the frustration in his heart had dissipated by quite a bit. Looking at the arrogant Ing Xiangyang, Mo Tong's brows furrowed, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Mo Tong said hatefully, Ing Xiangyang, the title of #1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent is not yours. Ing Xiangyang's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Mo Tong. Even you were defeated by me. Who else can be my match? Hearing the words defeated by me, Mo Tong's face turned green and almost twisted. He was infuriated. Mo Tong's gaze swept over Yixing, the #1 prodigy of my Blood Edge Empire's younger generation is no longer me, but Yixing. You are still far from being the #1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent. Whether it was Yixing or Ing Xiangyang, Mo Tong's heart was filled with hatred. Therefore, as long as the two of them fought, one of them would be injured. No matter who was injured, Mo Tong would feel better in his heart. Chapter 558. Ing Xiangyang's gaze turned to Yixing. In the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, Ing Xiangyang had suffered at the hands of Yixing. He had always harbored a grudge against Yixing. Yixing, do you dare to fight me? Ing Xiangyang's aura exploded. With a loud roar, his sharp sword aura pressed down on Yixing. In the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, Yixing had relied on his level 3 formation to defeat Ing Xiangyang, Ing Changkong, and Mo Tong. Now, Ing Xiangyang had publicly challenged him to a battle of martial strength. If Yixing dared to use a formation against him, he would ask the Heavenly Eagle Empire's supremacies to destroy Yixing's formation flags. Let's see how you fight me without the help of a formation. Ing Xiangyang snorted coldly in his heart. Ing Xiangyang was very confident in his growth in this year. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the Astral Dipper realm. He was invincible among the exalted 8 stars. Just now, Ing Xiangyang had not used his full strength against Imotong. He had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. The third genius selection was about to begin. Yixing did not want to be in the limelight at this juncture. He said, "You are very strong. I admit defeat." The martial artists were stunned. He actually admitted defeat? Admitting defeat without fighting, in the eyes of the martial artists, this was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Even if you were no match for him and wanted to admit defeat, you should at least fight. How could you admit defeat when someone else was challenging you? In the eyes of the martial artists, this was the act of a coward. Ing Xiangyang was stunned. He had not expected Yixing to admit defeat. He said, "You actually admit defeat?" Yixing did not care about what others thought. He said, "I admit defeat." Ing Xiangyang laughed softly. "Ha! So you're a coward. You can admit defeat now, but when it comes to the genius selection, you won't be able to. At that time, I'll take care of you slowly." The Heavenly Eagle Empire's martial artists all started laughing loudly. The Blood Edge Empire's martial artists looked at Yixing in confusion. They didn't know why Yixing didn't care about his face and directly admitted defeat. In their opinion, since Yixing could defeat Imotong at the beginning of the year, his strength might not be below Ing Xiangyang's. Yixing didn't take Ing Xiangyang's mockery to heart. "You should pray that you don't meet me at the genius selection. Ing Xiangyang, Yi Tianhe, will fight you." Just as Ing Xiangyang was laughing heartily, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ing Xiangyang's smile froze on his face. He turned around and saw Yi Tianhe rushing towards him. Yi Tianhe was a descendant of an inferior empire. He was rather far away from the Divine Continent Mountain and had just arrived. Other than Yixing, the rest of the top 100 young geniuses in the East Divine Continent were all from the younger generations of empires. And Yixing was now considered a younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire, so he was the first to arrive at the Divine Continent Mountain. The younger generations of the lower rank empires were the last to arrive. As soon as Yi Tianhe arrived, everyone was basically present. Yi Tianhe's cultivation aura was released, and it was terrifying. All the martial artists were shocked. Yi Tianhe was already a 7-star venerable, and his aura wasn't any weaker than an 8-star venerable. At the end of last year, Yi Tianhe was only at the 4th level of the Astral Dipper realm. In just 1 year, he had advanced by 3 levels. From a 4-star venerable to a 7-star venerable in 1 year, all the martial artists were shocked and speechless. Even Yixing was a little surprised. Yi Tianhe's cultivation speed was almost catching up to his. Of course, although they both advanced by 3 levels in a year, going from a 4-star venerable to a 7-star venerable was obviously not as difficult as going from a 5-star venerable to an 8-star venerable. Last year, Yi Tianhe was only a 4-star venerable, but he was a rising star and was in the limelight. But at that time, Yi Tianhe's strength couldn't be compared to the true prodigies. After entering the Divine Continent secret realm, he kept a low profile and stayed away from the crowd, not fighting with others. In the Divine Continent secret realm, Ing Xiangyang chased after Yi Tianhe for a period of time but failed. Now that Yi Tianhe was a 7-star venerable, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He appeared in a high-profile manner and challenged Ing Xiangyang, who had defeated Imotong. Clearly, he wanted to take revenge on Ing Xiangyang. The third genius tryouts were about to begin. Yi Tianhe believed that with his strength and talent, he would definitely stand out in the tryouts. If he was chosen by the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty, Yi Tianhe was excited just thinking about it. At that time, even if it was the Heavenly Eagle Empire, Yi Tianhe wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, Yi Tianhe wasn't afraid of offending the Heavenly Eagle Empire. He challenged Ying Xiangyang in a high-profile manner. Even if the Heavenly Eagle Empire's venerables were present, Yi Tianhe wasn't afraid. The third genius tryouts were organized by the Great Yuan dynasty. As a participant, the Heavenly Eagle Empire wouldn't dare to stop him. Who would dare to defy the Great Yuan dynasty's orders? Yi Tianhe was very sure that the Heavenly Eagle Empire wouldn't dare. Ying Xiangyang was shocked to see that Yi Tianhe had become a 7-star venerable. However, he was still very confident in his strength and quickly calmed down. He challenged Yi Xing, but the latter admitted defeat and avoided the battle. Ying Xiangyang felt like he had punched cotton. He had nowhere to vent his strength. Now that Yi Tianhe had challenged him, he could vent his anger on him. Ying Xiangyang smiled coldly. Last year, you only knew how to run away with your tail between your legs. This year, you've grown up. You dare to challenge me. Yi Tianhe's face turned green. He was angry at the mention of last year's cowardly incident. Yi Tianhe said coldly, Ying Xiangyang, things are different now. I only need 3 moves to defeat a piece of trash like you. As he spoke, Yi Tianhe unsheathed his supreme-grade spiritual sword, which shone brightly. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianhe charged at Ying Xiangyang with his sword. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light. The speed and power of the sword were a level higher than Ying Xiangyang's attack. Ying Xiangyang was shocked. Yi Tianhe's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. 18 swords of Heavenly Eagle. Ying Xiangyang shouted. Using his astrology, he instantly unleashed the 18 swords of Heavenly Eagle to the limit. He stabbed 15 times in a row. His 18 swords of Heavenly Eagle had not reached perfection yet. 15 swords was his limit. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Tianhe's sword energy swirled and created many sword flowers. The 15 sword energies that came from different directions were instantly shattered. Ying Xiangyang was shocked. He pushed his speed to the limit and retreated backward, barely dodging Yi Tianhe's sword. In an instant, the supreme-grade spiritual sword in Ying Xiangyang's hand disappeared and was replaced by a supreme-grade spiritual spear. Ying Xiangyang specialized in swords and spears, but his spear technique was more powerful. Flying Eagle Spear Technique. Ying Xiangyang stabbed out with his spear in an instant, unleashing his ultimate attack. The spear transformed into a huge eagle with a terrifying aura. In an instant, it turned around and attacked Yi Tianhe with its spear. Chapter 559. Facing Ying Xiangyang's ultimate attack, Yi Tianhe smirked, showing a hint of disdain. Break! Yi Tianhe yelled and swung his sword at Ying Xiangyang's spear. The sharp sword aura was like a bright waterfall, and Ying Xiangyang's spear was instantly split into 2. As soon as the sword aura dissipated, Yi Tianhe's supreme-grade spiritual weapon shook and turned into sword flowers, piercing through Ying Xiangyang's spear to kill him. Yi Tianhe's swordsmanship had reached perfection. Just now, he had destroyed Ying Xiangyang's 15 sword force with a flick of his sword. Now that the sword flowers were coming at him, Ying Xiangyang immediately felt the threat of death. Retreat! Ying Xiangyang pushed his speed to the limit and retreated quickly. At the same time, he waved his spear and turned it into a wall of defense in front of him. Using the hurricane astrology, Ying Xiangyang was indeed very fast. The spear defense was instantly broken by the sword aura, but Ying Xiangyang had already escaped the attack range of the sword aura. Although he dodged Yi Tianhe's attack, Ying Xiangyang was not happy at all. Yi Tianhe had not even used his astrology, but he was already in a mess. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Third sword. Yi Tianhe bellowed and instantly launched his third attack at Ying Xiangyang. Whoosh! As he attacked, Yi Tianhe used his astrology. His supreme-grade metal element astrology emitted a bright golden light that shone in the sky. Yi Tianhe had just made his move when he yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Ying Xiangyang. The supreme-grade spiritual weapon in his hand was pointed at Ing Xiangyang's throat. Ing Xiangyang's speed was fast enough. Even Venerable Nine Star might not be as fast as him. However, compared to Yi Tianhe's sword, Ing Xiangyang was still too slow and could not dodge. Moreover, Yi Tianhe's strength had skyrocketed after using his astrology. The power of this sword was so terrifying that Ing Xiangyang could not block it at all. Even if he could not block it, he had to block it. In the face of death, Ing Xiangyang's potential was unleashed. He unleashed 120% of his strength and lashed out with his spear. Clang! After a loud explosion, the spear in Ing Xiangyang's hand was knocked away by Yi Tianhe's sword. The long sword shot forward like a long snake. Ing Xiangyang had already begun to dodge when he attacked, but he was still a step too slow. The sword pierced into Ing Xiangyang's neck, leaving a deep wound. Blood spurted out instantly. Ing Xiangyang let out a blood-curdling scream as he threw away the spear in his hand. He covered his neck with both hands as he retreated. Fortunately, although the wound on his neck was large, it did not harm his throat. Although the injury was not light, it was not life-threatening. However, the attack on his neck was so close that his entire head could have been chopped off. Ing Xiangyang was so scared that he wet his pants. Although Yi Tianhe had begun to reveal his edge, he still did not dare to kill Ing Xiangyang in front of the Heavenly Eagle Empire's martial practitioners. He had intentionally held back this time. Otherwise, he would have sliced open Ing Xiangyang's entire neck and beheaded him. The sword in Yi Tianhe's hand was bright and clean, without a single drop of blood on it. He instantly sheathed it. Looking at the retreating Ing Xiangyang, he shouted, "Useless trash." All the martial practitioners of the younger generation were shocked beyond words. In the past year, the strength of the younger generation had changed too much. First, Mo Tong, the number one prodigy, was defeated by Ing Xiangyang. Then, Ing Xiangyang, the new number one prodigy, was defeated by Yi Tianhe. Moreover, according to Mo Tong, Yi Xing, who was only a rising prodigy last year, was already stronger than him. On this day, at least 3 of the previous year's number one prodigy had surpassed him this year. Indeed, each generation had its own prodigy. The new generation would surpass the old. There was no such thing as the number one prodigy, only more prodigies. At this moment, all the martial practitioners' eyes were focused on Yi Tianhe. Yi Tianhe's face was filled with pride and joy. He had already regarded himself as the number one prodigy of the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. What prodigy? You're all a joke in front of me, Yi Tianhe. From today onwards, there will only be one prodigy among the younger generation in the East Divine Continent, and that is me, Yi. Before Yi Tianhe could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Hiss! Many martial artists immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and some even cried out in surprise. Behind Yi Tianhe stood an elder in his 60s. It was Supremacy Chang Tian from the Heavenly Eagle Empire. As Yi Tianhe spoke, Supremacy Chang Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind him. His hand was like a sword as he stabbed forward. His entire hand pierced through Yi Tianhe's back. Even the supreme-grade spiritual level inner armor seemed to have been pierced through instantly. Yi Tianhe turned his head and said in disbelief, You dare to kill a participant of the genius trials? The Great Yuan Dynasty. Supremacy Chang Tian withdrew his hand from Yi Tianhe's body. In his hand was a still-beating heart. Yi Tianhe's voice stopped abruptly. He died instantly. A prodigy had fallen just like that. Bang! Supremacy Chang Tian clenched his fist, and the beating heart in his hand exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You're just a junior from a low-grade empire. How dare you kill a junior from the Heavenly Eagle Empire? You're courting death. Supremacy Chang Tian said indifferently. He glanced at Yi Xing, who was among the martial practitioners from the Bloody Edge Empire. Then, he returned to the front of the martial practitioners from the Heavenly Eagle Empire in a flash. Yi Xing felt Supremacy Chang Tian's gaze on him. He was slightly shocked. The cause of Yi Tianhe's death was probably not what Supremacy Chang Tian had said. Although Yi Tianhe had injured Ing Xiangyang, he did not take his life. Injuries were unavoidable in a battle between juniors. This was very normal. There was no need to take another junior's life because of this. Moreover, Yi Tianhe was a junior participating in the Third Genius Trials. The Great Yuan dynasty had organized this genius trials to select the geniuses from the entire star land in name. Yi Tianhe had defeated Ing Xiangyang. Nominally, he was the top junior genius in the East Divine Continent. If Supremacy Chang Tian killed such an outstanding genius, wouldn't it go against the Great Yuan dynasty's intention of organizing the genius trials? Although Supremacy Chang Tian was a figure that could shake the entire East Divine Continent's martial arts world, Yi Xing did not think he had the guts to go against the Great Yuan dynasty. Supremacy Chang Tian should know the true intention of the Great Yuan dynasty. Even if he doesn't know, the Great Yuan dynasty might have instructed him to seize the opportunity to kill Yi Tianhe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. Yi Xing thought to himself. Fortunately, I didn't participate in Ing Xiangyang's challenge. Otherwise, if I had won, I'm afraid this old man would have used this as an excuse to kill me. Yi Xing thought about it and couldn't help but feel scared. He wasn't among the martial practitioners from the Bloody Edge Empire. If Supremacy Chang Tian had suddenly killed him, Supremacy Mo Jian might not have been able to react in time. Chapter 560. The death of Yi Tianhe made all the younger martial artists feel a sense of sympathy for him. There were so many martial artists in the world, but the ratio of geniuses was extremely small. Even in the upper-rank empires, the majority were mediocre. Those who could participate in the genius selection were all geniuses among geniuses. Especially Yi Tianhe, who was the pride of the heavens. Such a genius was hard to come by in the East Divine Continent. Geniuses of the martial way had a bright future. They would achieve great things in the future. It was the most lamentable thing for a genius to die prematurely. Yi Tianhe had died just like that. Most of the martial artists felt regret. Of course, they could only feel regret in their hearts. Yi Tianhe was killed by the Heavenly Eagle Empire's Eternal Sky Supremacy. No one dared to say anything bad about Eternal Sky Supremacy because of Yi Tianhe. Ing Xiangyang was injured and defeated. Yi Tianhe had died. The remaining geniuses of the younger generation were not in the mood to compete. Everyone had arrived. It was time to depart for the Middle Sky Continent. The supremacies of the three upper-rank empires worked together to open the seal of the Level 5 teleportation formation at the foot of the Divine Continent Mountain. The supremacies of the various factions took out upper-grade star crystals to activate the Level 5 teleportation formation. An ordinary Level 5 teleportation formation could teleport people tens of millions of miles away. After confirming the location, the martial artists entered the teleportation formation. Soon, light enveloped them, and they heard the sound of space being torn apart. After about 10 breaths, the sound of space being torn apart stopped. The light around them dissipated, and everyone appeared in a teleportation hall. They had arrived at the Middle Sky Continent. The quality of the star's spiritual chi here is one level higher than in the East Divine Continent. When the light of the formation dissipated, Yi Xing could feel that the air here was different from the East Divine Continent. It was more suitable for martial artists to cultivate here. Are you martial artists from the East Divine Continent? The supremacies guarding the teleportation hall walked over and asked when they saw so many martial artists in the teleportation formation. This was a 5-star supremacy. However, be it Mo Jian, Yi Hong, or Eternal Sky Supremacy, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of this person. They were all very polite. Honorable Lord Mo Jian stepped forward and cupped his fists. We are martial artists from the East Divine Continent, here to participate in the genius selections. We need to head to the Starry Sky Temple. Brother, please help us adjust the transmission array. The Starry Sky Grand Ring could only be reached by the teleportation array of the Starry Sky Temple. The Starry Sky Temple was located in the central area of the Middle Sky Continent, which was within the territory of the Great Yuan Empire. The Middle Sky Continent was very large. They were currently in the capital of the Eastern Han Empire, which was more than 20 million miles away from the Starry Sky Temple. They had to use a rank 5 teleportation formation to get there quickly. Get out of the way. The 5-star Venerate waved his hand dismissively. He was a martialist from the Eastern Han Empire. Even though he was facing a supremacy from the East Divine Continent, he still had a cold expression on his face. Soon, the 5-star Venerate adjusted the location and distance of the teleportation formation and said, "The Starry Sky Divine Temple has a circumference of 1 million miles. The void is restricted and you cannot teleport. The teleportation formation can only teleport you to 1 million miles away from the Starry Sky Divine Temple. After that, you will have to travel 1 million miles to the west to find the Starry Sky Divine Temple. The teleportation fee is 800 high-grade star crystals. 1 high-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 mid-grade star crystals or 10,000 low-grade star crystals. 800 high-grade star crystals was equivalent to 8 million low-grade star crystals. The cost of using a rank 5 teleportation formation was indeed huge. Of course, the Eastern Han Empire had to pay a service fee to teleport here. Everyone had only used 600 high-grade star crystals to teleport here from the East Divine Continent's rank 5 teleportation formation. The distance to the Starry Sky Divine Temple was far less than the distance to the East Divine Continent. The Eastern Han Empire had to pay a service fee of 800 high-grade star crystals. These fees were borne by the various factions of the younger generation participating in the genius selection competition. It wasn't much if one faction paid for it all. If one faction paid for it all, the 3 high-grade empires would feel the pinch even if they had to teleport a few times. Before long, the martialists from the East Divine Continent arrived 1 million miles east of the Starry Sky Divine Temple through the teleportation formation. Yi Xing could feel that the spiritual qi of the stars here was even denser. It seemed like the Great Yuan dynasty's occupation of the central region of the Middle Sky Continent wasn't without reason. Honorable Lord Mo Jian, Honorable Lord Yihong, and Honorable Lord Chang Tian each took out a flying ship. All of them were black-class mid-grade large-scale flying treasures. The martialists boarded different flying ships according to their relationships. Swoosh! 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 The 3 flying ships were as fast as flowing lights. They streaked across the sky and flew towards the west. The black-class mid-grade flying treasures could travel 2 to 3 million miles in a day. It only took them half a day to find the Starry Sky Divine Temple. The Starry Sky Divine Temple was floating 1,000 feet high in the sky. It was a huge temple that was 100 feet tall and dozens of feet wide. It emitted starlight and could be seen from afar. It was easy to find. The 3 flying ships flew directly into the sky above the Starry Sky Divine Temple. In front of the Starry Sky Divine Temple, there was an altar that was 100 feet wide floating in the sky. This altar was densely covered with runes. It was a huge teleportation formation. This was a Starry Sky teleportation formation that was of a higher grade than a level 5 teleportation formation. The Starry Sky Grand Arena was located in the Starry Sky. It was unknown how far away it was from the Star Continent. Even a level 5 teleportation formation couldn't reach it. Only the teleportation formation of the Starry Sky Divine Temple could reach it. This teleportation formation had existed since ancient times. No one knew who had left it behind. In front of the Starry Sky Divine Temple sat a white-haired elder. He emitted a terrifying aura. It was much more terrifying than the aura of Honorable Lord Mo Jian and the other 2 honorables. In front of this white-haired elder, the 3 honorables were even more respectful. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they reported the identities of the martialists. The white-haired elder's eyes were like lightning. He swept his gaze across the younger generation of the East Divine Continent and said indifferently, "The East Divine Continent is a broken place. There are really 2 seedlings in this generation." The 3 honorables didn't reply. They just chuckled. This white-haired elder was the guardian of the starry sky divine temple. He was from the great Yuan dynasty's Meng royal family. He was a half-step king realm expert. He wasn't someone the martialists of the East divine continent could compare with. The white-haired elder activated the teleportation formation and said, "Everyone, come up." Everyone stepped onto the altar. Soon, a beam of light was emitted from the teleportation formation. It shot towards the horizon and into the starry sky. The resplendent beam of light lasted for a few breaths of time before it disappeared. The martialists of the East divine continent on the altar had all disappeared. The vast star continent was boundless to the martialists. However, it was just a speck of dust compared to the starry sky of the universe. In the starry sky near the star continent, there was a small star continent. The martialists of the East divine continent had appeared here. This was where the starry sky grand arena was located. Chapter 561. Standing in the grand arena, one could see the entire star continent. However, the boundless star continent in the eyes of martial artists was merely the size of a plate in the eyes of Yi Xing and the others. Even a vast continent seemed so insignificant in the starry sky. This made the martial artists sigh inwardly. Compared to the universe, martial artists were truly too weak. Even if one became a king, he would be like a speck of dust. He would only be able to enjoy the glory of the star continent. If he were to leave the star continent and enter the starry sky, he would be like a drowning infant. The East God continent's martial artists weren't the first to arrive at the grand arena. There were already two groups of martial artists who had arrived earlier, standing on the left and right sides of the star continent. In the center of the star continent, there was a large arena with a radius of 10 miles. Around this large arena, there were 4 smaller arenas that were more than 1,000 meters long and wide. 1 large and 4 small, there were a total of 5 arenas. Reverend Mo Jian, Reverend Yi Hong, Reverend Cheng Tian. When the East God continent's people arrived, the two groups of martial artists who had arrived earlier turned their gazes over. Soon after, people from each group walked over. The people who had arrived were also reverends. Clearly, they were the leaders of the martial artists from the other continents. Reverend Hao Yan, Reverend Yu Yan, Reverend Ce, Reverend Gu Hong, Reverend Gao Yu. The East God continent's 3 reverends returned the greetings and said, "You South continent and West continent came rather quickly. Looking at your joyous appearances, haha, you must have produced quite a few young geniuses." Astral-reaching realm experts had a lifespan of 300 years. The East God continent's 3 reverends were all people who had lived for 100 or 200 years. Moreover, they had also traveled to other continents before. Naturally, they were acquainted with the other continents' reverends. These 5 reverends came from South continent and West continent respectively. They nodded and smiled, sizing up the East God continent's martial artists. Now was the golden age of martial arts. Regardless of the continent, the number of geniuses from the younger generation was a bit more than before. In most cases, apart from the Middle Sky continent, the other 4 continents would have 1 or 2 7-star realm experts under the age of 25. However, in this generation, there were more than 10 7th-level astral realm geniuses from all the continents. Of course, there were no 8 stars Venerable Masters Juniors in the Southern continent or the Western continent. Therefore, when the 5 supremacies' gazes landed on Wei Qingxian, the smiles on their faces froze. They thought that the Southern continent and Western continent would surpass the East Divine continent in this generation of geniuses. Therefore, they were happy and wanted to show off in front of Honorable Mo Jian and the other 2. As a result, the number of 7-star Venerable Masters in the younger generation of the East Divine continent exceeded that of the South continent and the West He continent. Moreover, there was also an 8-star Venerable Master Junior. Less than 25 years old, the cultivation of Star Gang Realm LV8. Such a genius was rare even in the Middle Sky continent. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to find a few in a generation. Among the younger generation of the East Divine Continent, there was an 8-star Venerable Master. This naturally proved that the quality of the younger generation of the East Divine Continent was higher than that of the South Continent and West He Continent. This made the 5 supremacies lose their mood to show off. Honorable Hao Yan, who was wearing a scarlet flame robe, looked at Wei Qingxian and said, "This generation of the East Divine Continent is also full of geniuses. This girl, which family is she from? An 8-star Venerable Master at such a young age. Her future is limitless." The younger generation of the East Divine Continent, except for Yi Xing, were all shocked. They looked at Wei Qingxian with surprise. Only then did they realize that there was an 8-star Venerable Master among the younger generation of geniuses. Honorable Mo Jian smiled and said, "She's a junior of my Blood Edge Empire. An 8-star Exalted Master under the age of 25, even in the Central Sky Continent it's rare to see such a talent. It seems that in this year's competition, she has a high chance of entering the Destiny Decree. The Blood Edge Empire can be considered proud and elated." Congratulations. Honorable Hao Yan congratulated. The supremacies hadn't seen each other for many years. Those who didn't have a good relationship with each other left after greeting each other. Those who had a good relationship with each other stayed behind to chat with Honorable Mo Jian and the others. The younger generation of the 3 continents also sized each other up from afar. Those who could participate in the 3rd genius selection were all geniuses among geniuses of their respective continents. They all had a sense of pride and didn't think that they would lose to each other. When their gazes met, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. Not long after, another group of cultivators arrived. They were from the North Tranquil Continent. The North Tranquil Continent was the strongest of the 4 continents. It had a total of 4 upper-rank empires. They were the Ancient Nether Empire, the North Wind Empire, the Extreme Ice Empire, and the Sword Edge Empire. Ha ha ha. You guys are early. The more you serve as a foil, the earlier you come. This saying is true. When the North Tranquil Continent's cultivators arrived, a supremacy swept his gaze over the other 3 continents' cultivators and laughed. This was an 8-star supremacy with a violent aura. He was Ancient Nether Empire's Supremacy Nether Flame. Supremacy Nether Flame's words made the other 3 continents' cultivators unhappy. Supremacy Hao Yan said, "There's an 8-star supremacy among the younger generation of the East Divine Continent. He will definitely shine in the genius selection. It's not certain who will serve as a foil." Exalted Lord Hao Yan and Exalted Lord Mo Jian had a good relationship. Although the South Continent didn't have an 8-star Venerable Master, Exalted Lord Hao Yan didn't mind using the East Divine Continent's younger generation to slap Exalted Lord Nether Flame's face. Even if the South Divine Continent's younger generation would lose face, Supremacy Hao Yan couldn't stand Supremacy Nether Flame's arrogance and couldn't care less. 8-star Supremacy. Supremacy Nether Flame's gaze was like lightning as he instantly shot over to the East Divine Continent's cultivators. He quickly locked onto Wei Qingxian. The sun has risen from the west. The East Divine Continent really has an 8-star Supremacy Junior. Ha! Supremacy Nether Flame chuckled and didn't seem to care much. Unfortunately, he's still a bit weaker than my North Yu Continent. My North Yu Continent has 2 8-star Supremacy Juniors. My Ancient Nether Empire has 1, and the Extreme Ice Empire also has 1, and... Supremacy Nether Flame paused. Another Supremacy, whose aura was like an unsheathed sword, continued, and my Jianfeng Empire has a peerless swordsman. Although he's only a 7-star Supremacy, he has the strength to defeat a 9-star Supremacy. This genius selection is destined to be the stage of my North Yu Continent. You're all foils. Ha ha ha. Supremacy Heavenly Wind of the North Wind Empire and Supremacy Leng Yu of the Extreme Ice Empire both laughed. The North Yu Continent's strength couldn't be compared to the Middle Heaven Continent, but it was the leader of the other 4 continents. Stepping on the other 3 continents was one of the joys of the North Yu Continent. Chapter 562. Reverend Mo Jian and the others looked at the younger generation of the North Yuther continent. Indeed, there was a young man and a woman standing behind Reverend Netherflame and Reverend Ling Yu. They were both 8-star venerables. Behind the solitary sword venerables stood a green-clothed swordsman who looked to be about 20 years old. Although he was a 7-star venerables, his aura wasn't any weaker than the other two 8-star venerables. Gu Qianshan of the ancient Nether Empire, Leng Ningxuang of the Extreme Ice Empire, and Yi Jianga of the Sword Edge Empire were the three most outstanding geniuses of the North Yuther continent. Among them, Gu Qianshan and Leng Ningxuang were 8-star venerables who had the ability to challenge those above their level. They had become famous early on and were already 24 years old. Yi Jianga was a rising star who had become a 7-star venerables at the age of 20. Her strength was even more incredible, and she wasn't any weaker than Gu Qianshan and Leng Ningxuang. As an 8-star venerable master, he could still challenge someone of a higher level. In normal times, he would be a rare existence in the Middle Heaven continent. As for a 7-star venerable master who could defeat a 9-star venerable master, it was a rare occurrence in the Middle Heaven continent. Among the younger generation of the North Yuther continent, there were 2 8-star venerables who could challenge those above their level, and 1 7-star venerables who could defeat those above their level. In this golden age of martial arts, the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent was definitely more outstanding than normal times. In the eyes of the seniors of the North Yuther continent, although the younger generation of the North Yuther continent was outstanding, they couldn't be compared to the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, they shouldn't be inferior to the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent's 12 empires. As for the younger generation of the other 3 continents, the seniors of the North Yuther continent naturally didn't take them seriously. Among the younger generation of the North Yuther continent, there were 3 9-star venerables, and the younger generation of the other 3 continents couldn't be compared to them. Facing Reverend Netherflame's arrogance, the reverends of the other 3 continents all turned their heads and ignored him. For a time, only the martial artists of the North Yuther continent were gesticulating and talking with confidence. The martial artists of the other 3 continents were silent. Not long after, the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent's 12 empires arrived at the starry arena. The martial practitioners of the 4 great continents stood in the 4 cardinal directions of the Grand Galactic Arena. The 12 empires of the Central Heaven continent were also divided into the 4 directions of North, South, East, and West. Each direction had 3 empires, and it was the same in the Starry Sky Arena. The martial practitioners of the Eastern Han, Eastern Liang, Eastern Cloud Empire, and the Eastern Divine Continent were all in the Eastern Arena of the Grand Astral Arena. The martial practitioners of the Southern Qin Empire, Southern Mu Empire, and Southern Stone Empire, along with the martial practitioners of the Southern Continent, were all in the Southern Arena of the Grand Star Arena. The warriors of West Xia, West Di, West Leaf Empire, and West He Continent were all in the Western Arena of the Starry Sky Arena. The martial practitioners of Northern Wu, Northern Hu, and Northern Shao Empire and the martial practitioners of the Northern Nether Continent were all in the Northern Arena of the Grand Cosmic Arena. As for the central arena of the Starry Sky Grand Arena, it was the place where the Daryuan dynasty martial artists stayed. According to convention, the competition in the Grand Arena would start from the 4 smaller arenas. The top 25 rankers from each arena would have the qualifications to enter the central arena, where they would compete with the Grand Yuan dynasty's top 100 juniors for the Heavenly Fate rankings. Only 100 people would remain in the Heavenly Fate rankings, and the top 10 rankers would receive the blessing of the Star Continent. Finally, the top 10 rankers would enter a ranking battle to determine the strength of the Heavenly Fate rankings. The first ranker would receive the most Heavenly Fate rankings and be known as the Son of the Stars. He would definitely become a king in the future. The 2nd to 10th rankers would definitely become half-step kings. If they were lucky enough in the future, they would have a high chance of becoming a king. The martial practitioners of the Eastern Han Empire arrived at the Grand Astral Arena. In the small arenas on the eastern side, Han Cheng's gaze swept over the Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners, searching for them. Soon, he found Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, and his gaze turned sharp. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian felt Han Cheng's gaze, and both looked over. They saw Han Cheng walking over, and behind him was a familiar face, Han Ming. Han Cheng and Han Ming were both geniuses of the Eastern Han Empire's younger generation. Naturally, they had the qualifications to participate in this year's selections. Han Cheng and Han Ming directly walked over to the Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners. They didn't even glance at the venerable realm elders, and directly walked over to Yixing and Wei Qingxian. "Brat, this young master has finally found you." Han Cheng glared at Yixing and said. The Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners all looked over. They didn't know how Yixing had offended the Middle Sky Continent's Eastern Han Empire's younger generation. The Eastern Han Empire was a peak second-grade force. Even if the Eastern Divine Continent's 3 high-grade empires were combined, they still couldn't compare to a single Eastern Han Empire. This Han Cheng was an 8-star venerable, and was clearly one of the top geniuses of the Eastern Han Empire's younger generation. Yixing came from a humble background, and there were many martial practitioners of the Eastern Divine Continent who didn't like him. Seeing that he had offended such a strong enemy, they were all gloating. Yixing looked at Han Cheng indifferently, and said, "You're just a loser who lost to me. So what if you found me?" "Loser?" An 8-star venerable of the Eastern Han Empire's younger generation was defeated by Yixing. When the Eastern Divine Continent's martial practitioners heard this, they were all shocked and tongue-tied. Han Cheng's face was filled with anger. In the Starry Sky Arena, fighting was forbidden outside of the battle space. At this moment, even the venerables of the Eastern Han Empire couldn't do anything to Yixing. "Brat, go ahead and be arrogant. When the genius selection starts later, you better hope you don't meet Crown Prince Han Bin. Otherwise, I'll kill you," Han Cheng said viciously. Although Han Cheng was an 8-star venerable and had the strength to fight a 9-star venerable, he wasn't the number 1 genius of the Eastern Han Empire. Crown Prince Han Bin was. Han Bin was already at the peak of the 8th level of the astral realm, and his battle strength was invincible among 9-star venerables. Han Cheng knew that Yixing and Wei Qingxian were very strong when they teamed up. Even a 9-star venerable wouldn't be a match for them. However, in the Starry Sky Arena, teaming up wasn't allowed. Everyone could only fight alone. Moreover, the Starry Sky Arena forbade the use of formations and weapons. One could only use weapons to increase one's strength. Yixing's goal this time was to become a son of the stars. He only treated the younger generation of the Dayuan dynasty as his opponents. What was the crown prince of the Eastern Han Empire? Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Ha! I'll be waiting." The Starry Sky Arena's teleportation formation could only be used by the Starry Sky Temple. However, from the Starry Sky Arena to the Starry Sky Continent, one could directly teleport to the various continents. After that, Yixing directly teleported back to the Eastern Divine Continent. Why would he be afraid of the Eastern Han Empire? Chapter 563. Han Cheng returned to the group of martial artists from the Dong Han Empire and whispered something in the ear of a young martial artist. This young martial artist was also an 8-star venerable. Among the younger generation of the Dong Han Empire, there were only 2 8-star venerables. Other than Han Cheng, the other was the crown prince, Han Bin. Han Bin's gaze shot towards Yixing, revealing a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Yixing glanced back indifferently, not taking the other party seriously. After all the martial artists from the 12 empires had arrived, the martial artists from the Great Yuan dynasty finally arrived. As soon as the martial artists from the Great Yuan dynasty appeared, a terrifying aura swept over. This was the aura of a king. Among the 100 or so martial artists from the Great Yuan dynasty, there were more than 10 kings. The aura that these kings released made the martial artists from the 12 empires and the 4 great continents tremble in fear. There were only 100 people from the Great Yuan dynasty participating in the 3rd genius selection. However, the cultivation and strength of these young geniuses far exceeded that of the 12 empires and the 4 great continents. Among the young geniuses from the Great Yuan dynasty, there were 6 9-star venerables, more than 38-star venerables, and the rest were 7-star venerables. In the 4 great continents, other than a few 8-star venerables, the highest cultivation was astral star realm level 7. In the other continents, they would be geniuses of the younger generation. However, in the Great Yuan dynasty, they were the most ordinary of the 100 people. Moreover, the young geniuses from the Great Yuan dynasty had stronger masters. Even if they had the same cultivation, their strength would be stronger than the martial artists from the 4 great continents. The Great Yuan dynasty cultivators directly entered the large arena in the center before stopping. More than 10 kings stood at the front of the crowd. Among them, a middle-aged king walked forward. He wore a long black robe with dragon patterns embroidered on it. He was very tall, taller than most of the martial artists by a head. This middle-aged king in black had the most terrifying aura. It was like the sun in the sky, making people not dare to look at him directly. This person, could he be? Yi Xing guessed that this person was probably the current ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty. Greetings, Supreme King. While Yi Xing was pondering, the cultivators of the Dayuan dynasty, be it the martial emperors, martial highnesses, or the juniors, all knelt down on one knee and yelled. Yi Xing was right. This person was the current supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai, the only 4-star king in the Star Land. The grand arena in the starry skies would only be opened once every 30 years. It was a battle that concerned the destiny of the astral plane, and was a major event of the highest order. Every time the heavenly fate rankings were held, the Dayuan Paragon King would personally preside over it. This was the custom. Greetings, Supreme King. Seeing this, the venerables of the 12 empires and the 4 continents immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted the Supreme King Meng Tai. The juniors followed closely behind him, and Yi Xing was no exception. The paramount king, Meng Tai, swept his gaze around. Finally, his gaze landed on the arena in the east. He sized up the martial artists of the younger generation. When the utmost King Meng Tai's gaze landed on him, Yi Xing felt as though his body had been pierced by steel needles, causing him to feel a dull pain. Not long after, the Supreme King Meng Tai retracted his gaze and lightly said, "Rise." Although his voice was light, it seemed to resound in everyone's ears. After everyone stood up, the Supreme King Meng Tai said, "Martial arts is flourishing today, and geniuses are emerging in large numbers. Although the 4 wild lands are filled with amazing geniuses, this king is unwilling to allow the geniuses of the 4 wild lands to compete for the heavenly fate rankings with the Middle Sky continent's geniuses. As long as you are outstanding enough, you will be able to enter the heavenly fate rankings and receive the full support of the Great Yuan dynasty." "Thank you, Supreme King," the martial artists of the 4 continents said in unison. The 4 wild lands that the Supreme King Meng Tai spoke of were obviously the 4 continents apart from the Middle Sky continent. The Supreme King Meng Tai nodded slightly and said, "The rules of the heavenly fate rankings will be the same as before. The 4 small arenas will each select 25 young geniuses. A total of 100 young geniuses will enter the central arena and compete for the heavenly fate rankings with the Great Yuan dynasty's geniuses. The selection process will be controlled by the Starry Skies Arena. Whether you can leave your name on the heavenly fate rankings will depend on your own efforts. It will be fair and just. Now, I announce that the heavenly fate rankings will officially begin." After the Supreme King finished speaking, he waved his hand and the kings behind him all walked towards the central arena. When they reached the edge of the arena, the kings took out large amounts of high-grade star crystals and placed them into the grooves at the edge of the arena. Soon, the entire Starry Skies Arena was covered with a layer of array light. The Starry Skies Arena had been activated. The Heavenly Fate Rankings, which were held once every 30 years, had officially begun. Within the array light, martial artists with life wheels over 25 years old didn't feel anything. However, the young geniuses with life wheels under 25 years old all felt a warm sensation when they were shone on by the array light. Their bodies involuntarily rose up into the air. The young geniuses all rose to a height of 100 zhang. The light of the formation split the space into pieces, and each of the young geniuses was in a different space. In the air above the eastern arena, there were a total of 200 young geniuses. 100 of them came from the East Divine Continent. Since Yi Tianhe had fallen, there were naturally young geniuses to replace him. The other 100 came from the 3 great empires of the Middle Sky Continent. In the air, a voice sounded out, "There are a total of 200 people. Each person will fight 10 battles at random. Those who lose 3 times in a row will be eliminated. The top 25 will be decided based on their winning percentage. Those who see blood will lose." The same voice sounded out in all the other directions. In the first stage, there were only 4 smaller arenas in the east, south, west, and north. Once the top 25 were decided from each arena, they would enter the central arena. Once again, there would be a total of 200 people, and the top 100 heavenly fate rankings would be decided. Yi Xing suddenly felt the space around him shift. In the blink of an eye, he was moved to another array space. Another martial artist was also moved to this array space. This grand arena in the starry sky was an extremely large and complex array space. In the blink of an eye, it wasn't just Yi Xing who was moved to the same array space. Instead, the 200 people were divided into 2 groups and moved to 100 different array spaces. The elder martial artists below all looked up at the sky. The array spaces were translucent and they were able to see the battles taking place in each array space. Yi Xing's opponent was a 6-star sage, not a martial artist from the East Divine Continent. This 6-star sage was called Liang Tong and he was a young genius from the Dongliang Empire. A 6-star sage was one of the weakest amongst the young geniuses of the Dongliang, Donghan, and Dongyun empires. Bang! Yi Xing casually pushed out and Liang Tong was sent flying backwards. He slammed into the array walls in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. Those who saw blood would lose. Chapter 564. 1 win in a row, 2 wins in a row, 3 wins in a row. Yi Xing's previous opponents were all 6-star immortals, and they were all easily defeated by Yi Xing in 1 move. Soon, Yi Xing had his 4th opponent. Ying Xiangyang was stunned when he saw Yi Xing. He had won 3 matches in a row, but he did not expect to meet Yi Xing in his 4th match. After being defeated by Yi Tianhe, Ying Xiangyang's arrogant character had been restrained a lot. He no longer thought that he was the best among the younger generation. Especially after seeing the geniuses of the younger generation in the Middle Heaven continent, he realized his shortcomings and became somewhat cautious. However, Ying Xiangyang was still confident in Yi Xing. After all, he could easily defeat Mo Tong if he went all out. In Ying Xiangyang's opinion, even if Yi Xing was stronger than Mo Tong, he could not be much stronger. Ying Xiangyang's eyes suddenly became vicious, and he said coldly, "Yi Xing, I said I would deal with you in the Starry Sky Arena, hee." Yi Xing looked at Ying Xiangyang indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant. Noisy. Yi Xing waved his hand and slapped toward Ying Xiangyang's face. If the 2 of them were equal in strength, such an action was tantamount to courting death, because the opponent had countless ways to kill you before the slap landed on his face. However, if there was a great disparity in strength between the 2, it was a different story. Seeing Yi Xing rush up to slap him, Ying Xiangyang was angry but also excited. A best spiritual weapon sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he waved it, trying to cut off Yi Xing's entire hand. Ding! Yi Xing's other hand flicked out a finger. With a crisp sound, the best spiritual weapon sword flew out of Ying Xiangyang's hand. Bang! Almost at the same time, Ying Xiangyang's body flew out, and a bloody handprint appeared on his face. He spat out blood and broken teeth, and hit the void formation wall hard. Ying Xiangyang saw blood, and with a flash of light, he was teleported to another array formation space to recuperate. Yi Xing had obtained 4 consecutive victories. 5 consecutive victories, 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories. In the following battles, Yi Xing won with a single move. His physical strength was comparable to a half-step honorable realm expert. Even if his cultivation base was sealed at the 7th level of the astral realm, his physical strength did not change. Of course, he could defeat everyone in his way. There weren't many martial artists who had a winning streak. Sometimes, even an 8-star venerable master might be defeated when the two of them met. However, if one was defeated once or twice, there was still a chance. Only when the number of defeats reached 3 would one be eliminated. There were not many chances for the strong to meet each other. Therefore, as long as one's strength was indeed strong and one's luck was not extremely bad, one would not be eliminated in advance. However, if one's strength was weak, they would basically be defeated 3 times very quickly. They would directly fall from the sky and land on the stage, no longer affected by the light of the formation. The weak were gradually eliminated, and those who remained were the strong. As the matches went on, the chances of the strong meeting each other increased. In the 8th round, Yixing's opponent was Han Cheng. Han Cheng was an 8-star venerable master, and he had the battle strength of a 9-star venerable master. He was much stronger now than he was in the primordial ruins. He was one of the top 9-star venerables. However, it was a tragedy for him to meet Yixing. Just like in Xiangyang, Han Cheng was also sent flying by Yixing with a single slap. His teeth were broken all over the ground. After 8 consecutive victories, Yixing met another 8-star venerable master in the 9th round. He was a junior genius from the Eastern Cloud Empire, and his strength was on par with Han Cheng's. Yixing easily won 9 consecutive victories. Yixing's last battle came. His opponent was the Crown Prince of the Eastern Cloud Empire, Han Bin. Han Bin's cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th level of the astral realm, and he was almost invincible among the 9-star venerables. He was one of the top geniuses among the 3 empires in the east of the Middle Sky continent. Only an 8-star venerable master from the Eastern Cloud Empire, who was also invincible among the 9-star venerables, could be mentioned in the same breath as Han Bin. Yixing had only revealed the cultivation of a 7-star venerable master, but he had defeated all his opponents. Even 2 8-star venerable masters had been defeated by him. He had already attracted the attention of many senior martial artists in the arena. Even many senior martial artists from the Dayuan dynasty in the central arena were paying attention to Yixing. However, there was another outstanding person in the northern arena. It was Yi Jianga, a junior genius from the Jianfeng Empire in the North Tranquil continent. Even the 8-star venerables from the 3 empires in the north of the Middle Sky continent couldn't take more than 2 or 3 moves from Yi Jianga. In addition, there were also outstanding juniors in the western and southern arenas. However, they were all from the Middle Sky continent, and they were different from Yixing and Yi Jianga. Therefore, Yixing and Yi Jianga received more attention. You are the martial artist from the East Divine continent that Han Xing mentioned? Han Bin looked coldly at Yixing and said, "You are very unlucky to have met me." Yixing still looked calm and said, "You are the unlucky one." Ha! Han Bin laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura was emitted from his body. Great Ice Palm. Freeze him! Han Bin shouted and pushed the Icy Star gang to the limit. At the same time, he used the Icy Star form and slammed his palm toward Yixing. A cold wind blew. Wherever the palm wind passed, the void condensed into frost. Even Yixing's body was covered with a layer of white frost. Die! Han Bin shouted coldly. His palm, which was covered in ice, instantly arrived in front of Yixing. He wanted to smash Yixing, who was sealed in ice, into pieces with his palm. Bang! Just as Han Bin's palm was about to land on Yixing, there was a sudden explosion. The white frost outside Yixing's body exploded and turned into powder. Boom! Yixing punched out and collided with Han Bin's icy palm. In the explosion, Yixing was as still as a mountain. He did not even take half a step back. On the other hand, the ice in Han Bin's palm was shattered. His body was even thrown back by the terrifying force. How is this possible? Han Bin was shocked. He had used his astrology and his full strength was enough to defeat a venerable 9 stars. However, he was sent flying by a venerable 7 stars with a single punch. Whoosh! Before Han Bin could think further, Yixing took a big step forward. His figure flashed like a flowing light and caught up with Han Bin's retreating figure. He punched out again. Yixing's speed was too fast. Han Bin was retreating and could not dodge in time. He was hit by the punch. Bang! Han Bin's protective astral gang shattered instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He collided with the void array wall and was teleported away by the array. Yixing had won 10 consecutive victories. With 10 consecutive victories, he would definitely enter the next stage and compete for the heavens will with the younger generation in the central arena. Next, Yixing waited for the other martial artists to compete. The void array wall did not arrange any more opponents for him. Chapter 565. The array split the space into multiple spaces, allowing multiple battles to take place at the same time. As the cultivators who lost 3 times were eliminated, the number of juniors in the Eastern Arena decreased. In the end, there were only 25 people left. Among the 25, only 3 of them had a 10-match winning streak. They were Yixing, Wei Qingxian, and Liang Long. Apart from them, the rest had 1 or even 2 defeats. Among the 3, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Yixing. Firstly, Yixing's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the astral realm. Secondly, Yixing had defeated Han Bin, who wasn't any weaker than Liang Long. Apart from Yixing and Wei Qingxian, Ying Xiangyang and Mo Tong were also in the top 25. They each had 2 defeats. Among the juniors of the East Divine Continent, there were a total of 4 who had won in the first cultivation stage and obtained the qualifications to participate in the second stage of the Heavenly Fate ranking battle. This shocked the cultivators of the Eastern Liang, Eastern Han, and Eastern Cloud empires. Each of the 3 empires had 2 8-star venerables and more than 37-star venerables. In their opinion, the juniors of the East Divine Continent couldn't be compared to the juniors of the 3 empires. According to the cultivators of the 3 empires, it would be considered good if there were 1 or 2 juniors from the East Divine Continent who could enter the top 25. Who would have thought that there would be 4 of them? Furthermore, 2 of them had won all 10 matches. They were even more outstanding than the juniors of the 3 empires of the Middle Sky Continent. The juniors of the East Divine Continent shone brightly in the Eastern Arena. The juniors of the North Tranquil Continent performed even better in the Northern Arena. In the Northern Arena, there were 3 people who had won all 10 matches. Only one of them was from the 3 empires of the Middle Sky Continent. The other 2 were from the North Tranquil Continent. They were Gu Qianshan from the ancient Nether Empire and Yi Jianga from the Jianfeng Empire. The 7-star venerables had won all 10 matches. Like Yixing, Yi Jianga was the most outstanding person in the Northern Arena and attracted the attention of many cultivators from the Great Yuan dynasty. Other than Gu Qianshan and Yi Jianga, there were 3 more people from the North Tranquil Continent who had entered the top 25, 1 more than the East Divine Continent. As the strongest of the 4 continents, the North Nether Continent was indeed extraordinary. As for the Western Continent and the Southern Continent, the performance of the young geniuses of the Western Continent and the Southern Continent was very ordinary. Only one of them had entered the list of 25 winners. Among them, the most outstanding junior genius in the Western Arena was Prince Yi Weinan of the Western Leaf Empire. The most outstanding junior genius in the Southern Arena was Prince Shirlei of the Southern Rock Empire. These 2 were the only 9 stars superior in each arena. Even in the Great Yuan dynasty, there were only 6 9-star venerables among the younger generation geniuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Yixing, Shirlei, Yi Weinan, and Yi Jianga were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation in the 4 arenas. Other than Shirlei, the other 3 had the surname Yi. This made the paramount king Meng Tai and the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty who knew the secret of the Fiend's star frown slightly. Among the 6 9-star venerables of the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, there was a genius with the surname Yi. He was a descendant of a sovereign clan. In addition, among the 8-star venerables and 7-star venerables, there were several geniuses with the surname Yi. They were all very outstanding. Among the younger geniuses, other than the Meng royal clan, the most outstanding ones were the martial artists with the surname Yi. Furthermore, the Meng royal clan was only from the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the geniuses with the surname Yi could be said to be all over the world. There were the descendants of the Great Yuan dynasty, such as the descendants of the royal clan with the surname Yi. There were the descendants of the empires, such as the prince of the Western Leaf Empire, Yi Weinan. There were also the descendants of other continents, such as Yi Jianga of the North Tranquil Continent and Yi Xing of the East Divine Continent. The Fiend's star is in chaos, and I am born with the surname Yi. Now that there are so many geniuses with the surname Yi, the heavens are trying to confuse my eyes. The paramount king Meng Tai muttered in his heart as a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The paramount king Meng Tai's intention was to kill the wrong person rather than let the wrong person go. However, if he were to kill indiscriminately without confirming the death of the Fiend's star, his heart wouldn't be at peace. Therefore, he had to find the Fiend's star in chaos. Only after confirming the identity of the Fiend's star would he be able to feel at ease. Otherwise, even if he were to kill the wrong person, it would be in vain. Since it is the Fiend's star in chaos, it must be the most monstrous one. Heavens, let's see how long you can confuse my eyes. As the selection continues, there will definitely be one who will stand out. If the Fiend's star continues to hide, all the geniuses with the surname Yi who entered the heavenly fate rankings will die. Killing intent surged in the paramount king Meng Tai's heart. If he couldn't confirm the identity of the Fiend's star in chaos, then he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. On the 4 stages, the 25 victorious geniuses were guided by the formation and moved towards the central stage. In the air above the central stage, the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty all had disdainful looks in their eyes. In their eyes, whether it was the other 4 continents or the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent, they were all ants, not even worth mentioning. The Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Starry Continent. The younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty were the future of the Starry Continent. According to past practice, the geniuses of the 12 empires who were able to enter the heavenly fate rankings were only 1 or 2 from each empire. More than 80% of the geniuses on the heavenly fate rankings were from the Great Yuan dynasty. In the Great Yuan dynasty, not only was there the Meng royal clan, there were also the various king clans that were vassals of the Great Yuan dynasty. The number of geniuses in the younger generations was innumerable, far surpassing the other empires. The second stage of the heavenly fate rankings will be decided in a single battle. 10 battles per group, start now. A voice sounded out from the formation. Very quickly, the geniuses of the younger generations were moved to the 4 corners, creating a large empty space in the middle that was divided into 10 groups. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 20 geniuses of the younger generations were guided by the formation and moved at high speed. Every 2 people were sent to a different area. This battle was extremely simple. The winner would be able to enter the heavenly fate rankings, while the loser would be directly eliminated. In order to avoid a clash between the strong, there was naturally a set of rules for the arrangement of opponents. That was, those with a higher cultivation base would fight against those with a lower cultivation base, and the remaining cultivators of the same level would fight against each other randomly. Although this kind of battle wasn't absolutely fair, it still greatly reduced the chances of the strong encountering each other. If, under these circumstances, a clash between the strong still occurred, then that would mean that the eliminated cultivator had no fate with the heavenly fate rankings. On one side, the strongest geniuses of the younger generation from the Great Yuan dynasty were sent out, while on the other side, the weakest geniuses of the younger generations were sent out. The results were obvious. The geniuses of the younger generations from the Great Yuan dynasty were victorious. Chapter 566. Every group had a total of 10 rounds. After each round, 10 participants would be eliminated, and 10 of them would be ranked on the Heavenly Fate rankings. Because it was a battle between the strong and the weak, the battles progressed very quickly. After a few rounds, none of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation had been eliminated. As for the younger generation from the 4 continents and the 12 empires, they were eliminated one after another. After 5 rounds, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation's 9-star venerables and 8-star venerables had all won and entered the destiny list. This also meant that 57-star venerables had been eliminated. Among them was East Divine Continent's Mo Tong. In the 6th round, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation had won completely. In the 7th round, there was finally a change in the situation. A total of 4 Great Yuan dynasty cultivators had been eliminated and 4 of the 12 empires' younger generation had won and entered the destiny list. Ying Xiangyang was eliminated in this round of competition. In the 8th round, Yi Xing was sent into an array space. His opponent was a Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. In this round, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation, who was originally in the air above the central arena, would fight against the 100 cultivators from the 4 other arenas. The order of the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty was from the highest cultivation level to the lowest, and their strength was basically from the strongest to the weakest. As for the ancient martial art practitioners from the 4 arenas, the order of appearance was from the lowest cultivation level to the highest, and from the weakest to the strongest. Yi Xing's previous performance was undoubtedly the strongest among the Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. Therefore, when he entered the arena, he was the last Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. As for the other powerful Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables, Yi Jianga, he was also in this group. In this group, there were 2 Great Yuan dynasty's 8-star venerables. One was the Eastern Han Empire's Han Bin and the other was the North Tranquil Continent's Leng Ningxuang. In this group, 6 of the cultivators from the 4 smaller arenas had won and advanced. Yi Xing was one and Yi Jianga was another. The 2 Great Yuan dynasty's 8-star venerables naturally didn't lose. The other 2 Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables were also extremely powerful and defeated their opponents. In addition to the 4 people from the 7th group, there were already 10 people who had won and entered the Destiny Decree. The matches for the 9th and 10th groups ended quickly. The warriors who had advanced from the 4 small arenas were all 8-star venerables. The remaining warriors from the Great Yuan dynasty were all 7-star venerables, who were the weakest of them all. Therefore, the 9th and 10th groups, the 12 empires and the 4 continents all won. The second stage of the Heavenly Fate rankings had ended. The top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings had been determined. There were 70 from the Great Yuan dynasty and 30 from the 12 empires and 4 continents. Actually, it wasn't the 12 empires or the 4 great continents. Among these 30 people, most of them were juniors from the 12 empires. Other than that, the only juniors from the East Divine Continent were Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The North Tranquil Continent had 3 juniors, Yi Jianga, Gu Qianshan, and Leng Ningxuang. Not a single genius from the Southern and Western Continent managed to enter the Destiny Board. It was normal for the Southern and Western Continent to do so. The East Divine Continent had exceeded the norm because of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. As for the North Tranquil Continent, they were an exception because of their strength. In the past, the juniors of the Great Yuan Empire would always occupy at least 80% of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Sometimes, they would even occupy 90% of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Among the juniors of the 12 great empires, it would already be considered very good if even one of them managed to enter the Heavenly Fate rankings. The 12 empires were much stronger than the 4 continents. It was only natural that none of the 4 continents would be able to enter the Destiny Decree. This time around, the younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty only took up 70% of the Destiny Decree. This was clearly out of the norm. Therefore, the East Divine Continent and North Tranquil Continent also had their own geniuses who managed to enter the Destiny Decree. Those who won continued to hover in the air, while those who were eliminated directly fell back to the stage they were originally on. Only the top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings remained in the air. Every single one of these 100 rankers was an expert. Even the weakest of the venerated 7-star sovereigns had unrivaled battle prowess among the venerated 8-star sovereigns. Challenging those with higher cultivation bases was as easy as flipping their hands. There were even geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation bases than them. For example, Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were both venerated 7-star sovereigns, but their strength was no weaker than venerated 9-star sovereigns. The younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty all had ugly expressions on their faces. Out of the top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings, they only managed to take up 70 of them. This result, in their eyes, was the worst result in history. Looking at Yi Xing and the rest, the younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty all had gloomy expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the younger generations of the 12 empires and 4 continents were nothing more than ants. They didn't even have the qualifications to be ranked with them. The third stage, the battle for the top 10. You will be divided into 10 groups. The first in each group will be ranked in the top 10. A voice rang out in the air. The 100 rankers in the air were instantly moved by the power of the formation. Very quickly, the 100 rankers were divided into 10 groups. Each group had 10 people. The formation divided the space into 10 spaces, and each group was placed in a space. The 8 venerated 9-star sovereigns were placed in different groups. In Yi Xing's group, there was a venerated 9-star sovereign. It was the prince of the Southern Stone Empire, Shi Lei. Yi Xing looked at his group. Apart from Shi Lei, there were 6 venerated 8-star sovereigns. Each of them had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation bases than them. They weren't any weaker than venerated 9-star sovereigns. The strongest of them might even have reached the level of venerated 9-star sovereigns. Gu Qianshan of the northern nether continent was in the same group as Yi Xing. Yi Xing didn't care about the 8-star sovereigns, including Gu Qianshan. Only venerated 9-star sovereigns, Shi Lei, was worthy of Yi Xing's attention. Shi Lei's strength should be comparable to a half-step venerable. Out of the 10 groups, 8 of them had venerated 9-star sovereigns. The other 2 groups only had venerated 8-star sovereigns with the highest cultivation base. Undoubtedly, the venerated 8-star sovereigns thought that it was the easiest group to enter the top 10. All the venerated 8-star sovereigns were envious of the venerated 8-star sovereigns who were placed in these 2 groups. Yi Xing looked at the 2 groups and found that Wei Qingxian was in one of the groups. Leng Ningxuang of the northern nether continent was in the same group as her. In the other group, the one who attracted Yi Xing's attention the most was a venerated 7-star sovereign. He was the peerless swordsman of the northern nether continent, Yi Jianga. As he stood there, his sharp aura overshadowed all the other venerated 8-star sovereigns in his group. Ha ha ha. Honorable Lord Mo Jian, the juniors of our 2 continents are really fated. 2 juniors of the East Divine Continent have bumped into the juniors of my northern nether continent. In the eastern arena, High Lord Netherflame looked at the various groups of martial artists in the sky and laughed heartily. This time, my North Nether continent has 3 junior geniuses that have entered the Destiny Decree, and one of them will even enter the top 10 of the Destiny Decree. Your East Divine Continent has no chance. Chapter 567. Just as Master Serene Flame finished his words, the battle in the sky had already begun. The first 2 in Yi Xing's group were him and Gu Qianshan, the genius of the younger generation from the North Netherworld continent. Ha! Master Serene Flame burst into laughter and said, "Look, Master Mo Jian, your junior from the East Divine Continent is really unlucky to have met my disciple, Gu Qianshan. This round of the competition has just begun and he's about to be eliminated, ha!" In the first round of the competition, Yi Xing and Gu Qianshan had both won 10 rounds in a row. However, Yi Xing was a 7-star venerable while Gu Qianshan was an 8-star venerable. In Master Serene Flame's heart, he naturally thought that Gu Qianshan was stronger. Reverend Mo Jian snorted coldly and said, "Reverend Serene Flame, don't celebrate too early. The result of this battle may not necessarily be the victory of the younger generation of your ancient Nether Empire." Who was Yixing? Although Master Mo Jian did not know about the demon star of troubled times, he knew that Yixing was a peerless genius in the eyes of the Black Biao King. A peerless genius in the eyes of a king was absolutely extraordinary. Mo Jian did not hold out much hope for Yixing to enter the top 10, but he did not think that he was inferior to Gu Qianshan. In the air, Gu Qianshan also recognized that Yixing was a junior from the Eastern Divine Continent. He laughed and said, "Little brat from the Eastern Divine Continent, you're lucky to be able to enter the Heavenly Fate rankings. However, your luck has come to an end. The first battle of the Heavenly Fate rankings will be your end." Yixing's expression was as usual as he looked at Gu Qianshan and said, "You warriors from the North Netherworld continent are not very strong, but your words are arrogant. To be honest, an opponent like you does not interest me at all. You can't even force me to use my astrology. Furthermore, defeating you will only take 1 or 2 moves." Gu Qianshan was furious. Below, in the East Arena, Master Serene Flame's face was also ashen. Yixing's words were simply too contemptuous. Not only did he not put Gu Qianshan in his eyes, but he also meant that all the junior martial artists of the North Netherworld continent were exaggerating. Humph. Supremacy Nether Flame snorted coldly, and then transmitted his voice to Gu Qianshan and Xinggang, "Take care of this brat for me." Gu Qianshan stared at Yixing with a murderous look in his eyes. In a battle in the Grand Arena, the sight of blood was a sign of defeat. This sight of blood referred to internal injuries and not external injuries. If it was only a cut on the skin and flesh, it would be considered an insignificant injury to a martial artist, and it would not be judged as a failure. As for vomiting blood due to internal injuries, it didn't matter how much blood there was. As long as there was blood, it would be considered a failure. In a duel between 2 people, if the loser met a kind-hearted opponent, he might only be lightly injured. However, if the loser met an evil-hearted opponent who purposely dealt a heavy blow, he might be seriously injured. In fact, it was even possible for them to kill those who were particularly vicious. Of course, in a duel in the Grand Arena, it was not easy to kill a person. This was because as soon as one vomited blood, the formation would judge the loser and the void of the formation would automatically separate the 2 people in the duel. Therefore, it was only possible to kill an opponent in 1 blow. Everyone present was a genius of the younger generation, and their strength was not weak. Even if there was a big gap in strength, they all had life-saving means. It was very difficult to kill them in 1 blow. Gu Qianshan's eyes revealed a murderous look. He did not want to kill Yixing, but he wanted to seriously injure Yixing. "You asked for it." Gu Qianshan shouted angrily. Starlight soared into the sky. He used his astrology and his body instantly turned into a fiery red light shadow. The fiery red light shadow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had circled around Yixing many times. Gu Qianshan's astrology was a fiery star with rotating flames, as if there was a tornado blowing. It was the extreme great astrology, wind-fire star, which contained the 2 attributes of wind and fire. The extreme great astrology was superior. It was the highest astrology in the star land. In addition, it had the 2 attributes of wind and fire. This made Gu Qianshan's strength increase greatly. Although Gu Qianshan was confident, he did not dare to underestimate Yixing, a 7-star venerable. After all, Yixing had also won 10 consecutive battles in the first round and defeated an 8-star venerable. Therefore, Gu Qianshan used all his strength in his first attack. Gu Qianshan's serene fire steps had a very high level of attainment. His speed was extremely fast, and his body was like a flickering shadow. In a flash, he could appear in all directions of Yixing and unleash a terrifying attack that was impossible to defend against. Hee hee. Gu Qianshan sneered, but his laughter seemed to come from all directions. It was impossible to know his exact location. One could only see a ball of fiery red light spinning rapidly around Yixing. "Yixing, you're able to win 10 rounds consecutively in the first stage. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, your strength is useless in front of me, Gu Qianshan." "I, Gu Qianshan, can easily injure you. You're going to lose. Gu Qianshan's voice still came from all directions. Just as he finished speaking, a palm suddenly struck Yi Xing's neck. With such a fast speed, even a 9-star venerable could not react in time. If he was hit by Gu Qianshan's palm, his bones would be broken and he would be seriously injured. However, when Gu Qianshan's palm was an inch away from Yi Xing's neck, it suddenly stopped. Yi Xing seemed to have calculated the opponent's attack position. He raised his palm and grabbed Gu Qianshan's wrist. Gu Qianshan's palm exploded, but when the Gang Qi fell on Yi Xing's neck, Yi Xing did not move at all. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. Is that all you've got? Yi Xing said indifferently. He grabbed Gu Qianshan's wrist and exerted force. Gu Qianshan felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the Gang Qi in his palm dissipated instantly. Gu Qianshan was shocked. He had never expected that Yi Xing would have such accurate reaction speed and judgment. He could even grab his wrist. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Xing's strength was so terrifying. Gu Qianshan's wrist was grabbed like being clamped by an iron clamp. Even though he used Gang Qi to defend himself, he still felt a sharp pain. He had a horrible feeling that his bones were about to be crushed. Below, in the eastern arena, Supremacy Netherflame was dumbfounded. This result was beyond his expectations. Let go! Gu Qianshan roared. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched toward Yi Xing's face. Yi Xing grabbed Gu Qianshan's arm and threw him. Gu Qianshan's body flew up uncontrollably, and the punch was out of order. Yi Xing's physical strength was too strong. Gu Qianshan was caught in his hand and had no room to resist. After being thrown by Yi Xing, his body floated in the air and completely lost control. Get lost! Yi Xing kicked out and hit Gu Qianshan's stomach. Whoosh! Gu Qianshan's body instantly shot backward. The follow-up plot has been sorted out. The missing chapters from number 19 to 20 will be filled soon. Chapter 568. Gu Qianshan spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Then, with a loud bang, he crashed heavily into the void array wall. The void array instantly separated Yi Xing and Gu Qianshan, judging Gu Qianshan's defeat. This stage was to determine the top 10 of the destiny list. Only one person from each group could advance, so the loser would be eliminated. Gu Qianshan fell back to the eastern arena. Reverend Netherflame caught him. Haha, Reverend Netherflame, the younger generation of the East Divine Continent is not bad, right? Reverend Mo Jian didn't forget to slap Reverend Netherflame's face. Humph. Reverend Netherflame's face turned ugly. He snorted and said, "This kid's strength is not bad, but he's not fated to enter the top 10. As for the younger generation of the North Netherworld continent, one of them will definitely enter the top 10. Leng Ningshuang and Yi Jianga were in two groups without a venerable 9-star. Reverend Netherflame believed that both of them had hopes of entering the top 10. However, although Leng Ningshuang was powerful, she was not invincible as an 8-star venerable. But Lord Serene Flame knew Yi Jianga's strength. Yi Jianga was a genius and a peerless swordsman. Even though he was only a 7-star venerable, he was stronger than Leng Ningshuang and Gu Qianshan. Reverend Netherflame was sure that Yi Jianga would definitely enter the top 10 of the destiny list. And Yi Xing's group had a venerable 9-star venerable. A venerable 9-star venerable was definitely stronger than an ordinary half-step venerable. Reverend Netherflame was sure that Yi Xing wasn't fated to enter the top 10. Reverend Netherflame's face became much better. The only pity was that Yi Jianga wasn't a junior of the ancient Nether Empire. Otherwise, he would be very happy. In the central arena, the Paramount King, Meng Tai, as well as many experts from the Great Yuan dynasty, locked their gazes on Yi Xing. Yi Xing had easily defeated Gu Qianshan. His performance was demonic. Furthermore, he was a junior martial art practitioner from the East Divine Continent. He was the main suspect of the Great Yuan dynasty. In the second battle, Yixing's opponent was a 7-star venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty. I am Yiqing Fei, pleased to meet you. This was a descendant of the Yi royal clan. Although he was only a 7-star venerable master, his strength could defeat an 8-star venerable master. However, facing Yixing, a junior martial artist of the same realm, Yiqing did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. The strength that Yixing displayed was much stronger than his. Yiqing had defeated an ordinary 8-star venerable master, but Yixing had defeated Gu Qianshan, a genius 8-star venerable master. He was stronger than an ordinary 9-star venerable master. I am Yixing, please. Since the other party was polite, Yixing was also polite. Soon, the two of them exchanged blows. After exchanging several blows, Yixing and Yiqing exchanged a few blows. Yixing's fist shook the other to the point that blood flowed out of his mouth. He only suffered light injuries. Yiqing Fei was defeated and eliminated. He fell from the sky and returned to the central fighting ring. At this stage, each group had 10 people. After winning 2 rounds in a row, they could take a break. Yixing won 2 rounds in a row and returned to his original position in the sky. Next up was Shi Lei, a 9-star venerable master, and the other was an 8-star venerable master, a descendant of the Great Yuan dynasty. The 8-star venerable master's strength was not inferior to Gu Qianshan's. He was also one of the top 9-star venerables. However, he had no chance of winning his first battle against Shi Lei. Shi Lei's strength had reached the half-step to venerable master. Although the 9-star venerable master and the half-step to venerable master were not far apart in terms of cultivation, there was a huge gap between their strengths. After the 8-star venerable master was defeated, Shi Lei's second opponent was a 7-star venerable master from the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he won easily. After winning 2 rounds in a row, Shi Lei returned to his original position to rest. He glanced at Yixing. Although Yixing was only a 7-star venerable master, he had easily defeated Gu Qianshan. Among the younger martial artists in this group, only Yixing was regarded as an opponent by Shi Lei. Of course, it was only an ordinary opponent. After all, Yixing was a 7-star venerable. Shi Lei did not believe that Yixing could defeat him. As a martial artist from the Middle Sky continent, Shi Lei had never heard of a 7-star venerable master's strength surpassing a half-step to venerable master. In Yixing's group, 2 people rested and 4 people were eliminated. The remaining 4 people were 8-star venerable masters. 2 of them were transferred to the middle of the formation to continue fighting. Yixing's attention was not on his own group, but on the other group's matches. Yixing casually glanced at the groups with 9-star venerables and did not pay attention to them. As long as a 9-star venerable made a move, they would easily defeat their opponents and enter the top 10. There was no suspense. Yixing paid attention to the group Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga were in. At this moment, Wei Qingxian was going to fight. Her opponent was a 7-star venerable, and she easily won her first battle. Wei Qingshuan's second opponent came up. Yixing's eyes lit up. It was also a genius from the northern underworld continent. Since they were in the same group, they might not have a chance to fight. However, things were so coincidental. Yixing was in this group and had fought Gu Qianshan from the northern underworld continent. Wei Qingxian was going to fight Leng Yishuang from the northern underworld continent. In the eastern arena, the Youhua Empire's attention was also on Wei Qingxian and Leng Ningxuang. Because he had made a wrong judgment about Yixing and had been slapped in the face by Mo Jian, he did not come to a conclusion early. However, the hope in his heart had not changed. He naturally wanted to see Leng Ningxuang win. The rest of the martial artists from the northern underworld continent were the same. In the sky, Wei Qingxian and Leng Ningxuang quickly started to fight. Fluttering snow palm. Sky frost fist. Wei Qingxian and Leng Ningxuang both used ice attribute martial arts. As soon as they attacked, the array space they were in was covered with a layer of frost. Pieces of ice condensed under their feet. The difference was that Leng Ningxuang used astrology, but Wei Qingxian did not. Wei Qingshuan's martial arts attainments were much deeper than Leng Ningxuang's. Moreover, her comprehension of ice concept was not something that Leng Ningxuang could compare to. In less than 10 moves, Wei Qingxian had already gained the upper hand. Leng Ningxuang kept dodging with her movement skills. It was obvious that she was going to lose. After a few more moves, Leng Ningxuang was hit by Wei Qingshuan's fluttering snow palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lost the battle. Wei Qingxian had defeated Leng Ningxuang without using astrology. The two were not on the same level. The eyes of the Venerable 8 Stars who were in the same group as Wei Qingxian dimmed. They had thought that they had a chance of entering the top 10 in this group. Now, it seemed that the first place of this group was already decided. Wei Qingxian and Leng Ningxuang were both beauties of the present age. Especially Wei Qingxian, she was even more stunning. The battle between the two attracted the attention of many warriors. Now that Wei Qingxian had won, she was covered in the halo of victory. In the eyes of many martial artists, she was extremely stunning. Some of the younger martial artists who had weaker control were stunned. In this instant, countless martial artists were infatuated with Wei Qingxian. Chapter 569. This girl can be taken as a concubine. The Supreme King Meng Tai looked at Wei Qingxian and thought in his heart. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Meng Tai had only lived for a few hundred years and was in the prime of his life. As the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, he had countless beauties in his harem. Although she had already given birth to many children, and the delayed matters had already been completed, the pleasure of making love in the mountains of Wushan was still not enough. The almighty King Meng Tai had seen countless beauties in his life. Moreover, every once in a while, there would be factions from all over the Great Yuan dynasty offering beauties as tributes. The almighty King Meng Tai would not be moved by ordinary beauties. For example, Leng Ningxuang was definitely a top beauty in the eyes of ordinary warriors. However, in the eyes of the Supreme King Meng Tai, there was not much novelty. Although beauties like Leng Ningxuang were 1 in a million, the Supreme King Meng Tai had seen countless of them in his life. Only a peerless beauty like Wei Qingxian could make him think of taking her. Leng Ningxuang fell and was caught by Extreme Ice Empire's High Lord Leng Yu. Ha! High Lord Mo Jian laughed softly. Looking at High Lord Serene Flame's ashen face, he could not help but feel proud. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were both students of the Shui Feng Empire Academy. High Lord Mo Jian was very happy at this moment. The other warriors of the East Divine Continent also had smiles on their faces and felt proud. Wei Qingxian had won 2 rounds in a row and returned to her original position in the air. Yi Xing's gaze shifted to Yi Jianqiu in the other group. Yi Jianqiu had already finished his first battle. The attention of the other warriors was basically attracted by the battle between Wei Qingxian and Leng Ningxuang. Other than the warriors in their group, no one was paying attention to this battle. Yi Jianqiu's first opponent was a 7-star venerable. His strength was not even comparable to an 8-star venerable's junior. Naturally, he won easily. In the second battle, Yi Jianqiu's opponent was an 8-star venerable whose cultivation was 1 realm higher than his. This venerable 8-star was the genius of the younger generation of the Dongliang Empire, Liang Long. In the Eastern arena, there were only 3 people with 10 consecutive victories in the first round. Other than Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, it was Liang Long. Liang Long's strength was not inferior to the Eastern Han Empire's crown prince, Han Bin. In the first round, Yi Xing had defeated Han Bin. Now that Yi Jianga was up against Liang Long, Yi Xing wanted to see how long it would take for this genius swordsman to defeat Liang Long. Yi Jianga's sword aura soared to the sky, and her aura was incomparably sharp. Even though Liang Long was an 8-star pinnacle cultivator, he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of aura when facing Yi Jianga. Even if Yi Jianga wasn't a junior from the Middle Sky continent, Liang Long didn't dare to underestimate this genius swordsman who had won 10 consecutive matches in the northern arena. A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Liang Long immediately used his astrology. His aura exploded, and his strength exploded to the limit. A supreme-grade spirit spear appeared in his hand. Yi Jianga didn't use his astrology. She only raised her hand, and a supreme-grade spirit sword appeared in her hand. With the sword in her hand, Yi Jianga's sword aura became even stronger. Her body was like a sword, and she was a person who was born for the sword. Take my move, swaying in the wind and rain. When Liang Long saw that Yi Jianga's sword aura was getting stronger, he shouted and took the initiative to attack. Liang Long's supreme-grade spirit martial art, the wind and rain spear art, had almost reached perfection. With a thrust of the spear, a strong wind blew out, and specks of spear shadows flew towards Yi Jianga. Break! Facing Liang Long's supreme-grade spirit martial art, Yi Jianga didn't use any martial arts. She only waved the sword in her hand. Whoosh! A bright light burst out, and the sword aura was like a pillar of light. The spear shadows in front of her were instantly split into two by the sword aura. Liang Long's move was broken by Yi Jianga's sword. That sword aura was like a white chain that swept over. Liang Long's eyes reflected the two sword lights, and he was shocked. Storm! Storm! Liang Long shouted and used one of the ultimate moves of the wind and rain spear art. Only then was he able to destroy the sword aura. At the same time, Liang Long took advantage of the power of his ultimate move. His spear aura was like a gale that swept away the fallen leaves, and it flew towards Yi Jianga. Break! Yi Jianga let out another soft cry and swung her sword. This sword looked like an ordinary sword, and it wasn't a powerful move. However, the angle, timing, and strength of the sword were different from the previous sword. The similarity was that no matter if it was the previous sword or this sword, it was like a bell hanging on a sheep's horn. There was no gap to be found, and it was simply superb. The sword aura shot out with shocking power. Liang Long's move was broken by Yi Jianga again. Torrential rain. Wind and rain. Liang Long used two more ultimate moves. The power accumulated, and each spear was stronger than the previous one. However, Yi Jianga's casual slash contained a terrifying amount of power. The sharpness of the sword intent was shocking. Wherever it passed, Liang Long's attacks were all broken. Soon, Liang Long attacked with his spear for more than 10 moves. Not only did he use his ultimate move of the wind and rain spear art, but he also used more than half of his normal moves. However, Yi Jianga easily broke his spear moves. Take one of my sword as well. Suddenly, Yi Jianga let out a soft cry and launched a counterattack on the Liang Long Palace Hall. After Yi Jianga spoke, her body flashed like a sword and disappeared. In the next moment, a dazzling white pillar of sword aura suddenly appeared behind Liang Long. The sword aura filled the air and sliced the air in half. Liang Long suddenly felt a chill on his back. All the hair on his body stood up, and his eyes were filled with fear. Yi Jianga's sword was too fast and too strange. It was out of his expectations. However, his strength was not ordinary. He was one of the top Venerable 9 stars. Even if Yi Jianga's sword was out of his expectations, Liang Long was still able to react. Return of the wind and rain. In an instant, Liang Long's spear pierced towards the sword aura behind him. Ding! With a crisp sound, the spear in Liang Long's hand trembled. His hasty defense was unable to withstand the power of Yi Jianga's sword. When the spear collided with the sword, there was a small gap in his defense. This small gap was enough to determine the victor for Yi Jianga, who was proficient in sword arts. The supreme-grade spiritual artifact was like a snake that flicked its tongue. It pierced through the small gap in his defense and struck Liang Long. Liang Long's body immediately retreated. The sword aura was blocked by his inner armor, but the power was not completely blocked. Quite a bit of it penetrated Liang Long's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Liang Long was defeated, and Yi Jianga won 2 rounds in a row. Yi Jianga defeated Liang Long without even using her astrology. The first place of this group was basically confirmed. In the Eastern Arena, Liang Long fell. The cultivators of the northern tranquil continent finally revealed smiles. This person is not a weak opponent, Yixing thought to himself. At this moment, his body suddenly moved and appeared in the middle of the array space. He did not notice that it was his turn to fight in his group. His opponent was Venerable 9 Stars, Shi Lei. Chapter 570. The battle between Yi Jianga and Liang Long attracted the attention of many cultivators. Everyone was shocked by Yi Jianga's strength. Liang Long's strength was at the peak of Venerable 9 Stars, but Yi Jianga defeated him without even using her astrology. Although she had used more than 10 moves, Yi Jianga had been passively defending. When she truly made a move, she defeated Liang Long with just one move. Yixing and Yi Jianga were both 7 Stars Venerables. They both had heaven-defying fighting strength, but Yi Jianga seemed stronger. This was because the two of them had different strengths. Yixing was powerful because of his powerful physical body, while Yi Jianga was powerful because of his mysterious swordsmanship. In the eyes of many cultivators, having a strong physical body was an unorthodox path, while swordsmanship was an upright martial path. Many cultivators were puzzled as to why Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was so powerful. Only a few senior experts knew the mystery behind it. So he has an innate sword body. He is indeed a monster. If his astrology is strong enough, he will be a threat to the great Yuan dynasty after he becomes a king. It seems like the chaotic era of Fiend's Star is between him and Yixing from the East Divine Continent. Meng Tai thought to himself. His gaze shifted to Yixing, who was facing off against Shi Lei. Yixing and Yi Jianga were the two people he paid the most attention to. They were the two people that the chaotic era of Fiend's Star suspected the most. The battle between Yixing and Shi Lei also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Yixing's performance was extremely heaven-defying. He was only a 7-star venerable, yet he was able to easily defeat an 8-star venerables junior. On the other hand, Shi Lei was a 9-star venerables junior. His strength was not inferior to a half-exalted. No one thought that Yixing would be Shi Lei's opponent, but they were still very interested in this battle. They wanted to know how long Yixing could last before he was defeated. This battle was equivalent to a battle between a 7-star venerables and a half-step honorable. Who knew how many years it would take for a 7-star venerables to have such heaven-defying strength to appear in the star continent? Such a battle could only be encountered by chance. Your strength is indeed not bad. You are only second to me in this group. Shi Lei looked at Yixing and said indifferently. Although Yixing's performance was heaven-defying, Shi Lei was still very confident in himself. He was a junior genius from the Middle Sky continent, and his cultivation was at level 9-star venerables. If he couldn't be compared to the 7-star venerables of the East Divine Continent, he might as well kill himself in the two business. That might not be true. Yi smiled with confidence. Shi Lei frowned slightly and said, "Do you think your strength is stronger than a half-martial highness?" Yixing shrugged and said, "Maybe." Humph. Shi Lei scoffed coldly. "Very well, I'd like to see exactly what abilities you have the guts to boast like that. I've never heard of 7-star the Venerable One being stronger than a half-step Venerable One." As he spoke, Shi Lei's aura exploded. A terrifying aura instantly pressed down on Yixing. Yixing's body was as still as a mountain. He was like a reef in the waves, unmoving. Sky-breaking fist. Shi Lei shouted and displayed his supreme-grade spiritual martial art. In an instant, a huge fist aura shot toward Yixing. Bang! Yixing also swung his fist and instantly shattered his opponent's fist energy. "Give it your all. That's not enough to deal with me," Yixing yelled. "Impossible. You will lose." Shi Lei roared angrily. Yixing did not use his astrology. As the 9-star venerables, he did not want to use his astrology. In his opinion, if he used his astrology to defeat Yixing, it would be an unfair victory. He wanted to defeat Yixing in the same state. Boom, 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 Shi Lei punched out again and again. Each fist aura contained terrifying power. It was not something the 9-star venerables could withstand. Even if he did not use his astrology, a half-step honorable was more powerful than the 9-star venerables. However, Yi Xing, the venerable 7-star venerable, was able to deal with the punches effortlessly. Yi Xing clenched his fists. No matter how fast or powerful the fist auras were, they were all crushed by Yi Xing's fists. In the face of absolute power, all of Shi Lei's attacks were futile. Since you don't want to use your astrology, you will lose. Yi Xing shouted and took a big step forward. He took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and his body shot out like an arrow. He instantly appeared in front of Shi Lei and punched out. The air in front of him formed a sharp light that was visible to the naked eye. This was not a condensed fist aura. It was a sharp light formed by pure power. It was extremely terrifying. There was an explosion in the void as the air was blasted apart by Yi Xing's punch. Yi Xing's fist had yet to arrive, but the strong wind was like a fist aura attacking Shi Lei. Shi Lei was shocked and quickly retreated. He circulated his astral energy to the limit and used the ultimate move of the sky-splitting fist to neutralize Yi Xing's attack. Below, the martial artists in the various arenas were watching the battle between Yi Xing and Shi Lei. They were stunned. Yi Xing actually forced Shi Lei to retreat. This was no different from the 7-star venerables forcing a half-step honorable to retreat. This was too unbelievable. Although Shi Lei didn't use his astrology, Yi Xing also didn't use his astrology. Seeing Yi Xing gain the upper hand in Shi Lei's battle, a sharp light burst out from Meng Tai's eyes. The 7-star venerable's cultivation was stronger than a half-step honorable. This was something that had never happened in the star continent. If Yi Xing could really defeat Shi Lei, then it could be confirmed that the demon star of chaos was Yi Xing. Yi Xing punched out several times. Shi Lei had already retreated to the edge of the array formation. If he retreated any further, he would crash into the array formation walls. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Shi Lei's eyebrows, turning into a stone star that floated in the air. Although Shi Lei wasn't willing to use his astrology to suppress Yi Xing, if he didn't use his astrology, he would only be defeated. Compared to losing to Yi Xing and losing his top 10 position on the destiny decree, he couldn't care less about the honor in his heart. This was an extreme grade astrology. Just like how the ice attribute belonged to the water attribute, the stone attribute also belonged to the earth attribute. However, the ice attribute was stronger than the water attribute. Similarly, the stone attribute was also stronger than the earth attribute. As the stone attribute's astral energy fell, it caused Shi Lei's astral energy to turn into stone, becoming even more terrifying. The astral energy he displayed was like a giant boulder, its power increasing exponentially. Hong 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 hong, Shi Lei displayed the sky-rending fist, its power was on a completely different level. Every time he punched out, the void would crack, and the sound of his punches would shake the heavens. Facing Shi Lei's full strength, Yi Xing finally lost the upper hand. However, even if Shi Lei's strength increased, he only managed to reverse his disadvantage. Yi Xing's fists danced in the air. Facing Shi Lei's crazy attacks, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 571. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows in a short period of time. Yi Xing's dark star spiritual body had reached the great perfection realm. His physical strength was not inferior to a half-step honorable realm expert. He was evenly matched with Shi Lei just by relying on his physical strength alone. Yi Xing did not use his super brain to scan Shi Lei's attacks. Otherwise, Yi Xing would be able to defeat Shi Lei just by relying on his physical strength alone. Although Yi Xing was not afraid that the Dayuan dynasty would recognize him as the fiend's star in troubled times, he did not want to be too high-profile. A 7-star venerable had defeated a 9-star venerable genius whose strength was equivalent to a half-step honorable realm expert. This had never happened before in the star continent. Yi Xing did not use his super brain to scan. Instead, He prepared to use the power of the stars. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Yixing's body. As the stars revolved, the seal on his cultivation was unlocked. The aura of a level 8 astral realm expert was fully released. 8-star Venerable. So he's the 8-star Venerable. No wonder. I thought the 7-star Venerable had the strength of a half-step honorable realm expert. It turns out that he hid his cultivation on purpose. When the martial artists saw Yixing's cultivation increase, they were suddenly enlightened and started to discuss among themselves. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, frowned. He was almost certain that Yixing was the fiend star in troubled times. However, if Yixing was the 8-star Venerable, he could not be considered the number 1 genius in the star continent even though his performance was monstrous. To be able to wreak havoc in the Great Yuan dynasty, one must be a monster amongst monsters. He must have an extraordinary aspect that surpassed that of a genius. If Yixing's performance wasn't outstanding enough, then the Supreme King Meng Tai's suspicions would shift towards Yi Jianga. Although the innate sword body had appeared before in the history of the star continent, it was still a rare genius that only appeared once every few thousand years. So, you're the 8-star Venerable. Shirley felt the aura that Yixing released. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. Being at a disadvantage against an 8-star Venerable was completely different from being at a disadvantage against a 7-star Venerable. That's right, so you can be at ease. Yixing chuckled as the supreme grade dragon blood spear appeared in his hand. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yixing channeled his astral energy and displayed his extreme spiritual martial art. Using the momentum of heaven and earth and the wind shadow spear art of the perfection of transformation, he stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. The entire formation space was enveloped by the spear aura. Yixing still did not use his astrology, but his physical strength coupled with his martial arts strength made him so formidable that ordinary half-step venerable ones could not be mentioned on equal terms. Although Shirley's strength allowed him to fight above his level, he was not the best among half-step martial highnesses. At the very least, compared to the juniors of Venerable 9-star from the Great Yuan dynasty, his strength was at the bottom. Yixing's physical body was strong, and the attack power of the treasure spear was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his incomparably fast speed, after just a few moves, Shirley was defeated. Yixing's spear speed was too fast. Shirley could not react in time and was pierced by Yixing's spear. The extreme spiritual level inner armor blocked the penetration of the dragon blood spear, but the terrifying power was unable to be dispersed in an instant. It penetrated Shirley's body. Even though his astral energy was as hard as stone and had a strong defensive power, he vomited blood after being pierced by Yixing's spear. The formation space separated Yixing and Shirley. Yixing was still standing in the sky, but Shirley fell down and returned to the southern stage. At this moment, Yixing was the center of attention. Although there was still a cultivator in their group who had not been eliminated, Yixing had defeated Shirley and was already guaranteed to be first in the group. He would enter the top 10 of the destiny list. The top 10 of the destiny list were characters who could obtain the destiny of the star continent. In the future, they would at least be half-step kings. Moreover, Yixing had defeated Shirley without using his astrology. An 8-star venerable defeating a 9-star venerable was already an extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. If he didn't even use his astrology, this meant that Yixing had yet to fully display his strength. Didn't this mean that even the 9-star venerable of the Great Yuan dynasty might not be able to defeat Yixing? Thinking of this, the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. The strongest geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty were the 6 9-star venerables. If Yixing's strength was not inferior to theirs, this meant that Yixing was also very strong in the top 10 of the destiny list. He had the possibility of becoming the first on the destiny list. The first on the destiny list, known as the Son of the Stars, would definitely become a king in the future. For example, the previous Son of the Stars was the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. Now, Meng Yuansheng was already a king. The previous Sons of the Stars had all become kings, without exception. Ever since the Star Continent was ruled by the Great Yuan dynasty, 90% of the Sons of the Stars came from the Meng royal clan, while the remaining 10% came from the Great Yuan dynasty's king clans. No other cultivator had ever obtained the title. If Yixing could obtain the title of Son of the Stars this time, then he would break the 10,000-year record of the Great Yuan dynasty since its establishment. Looking at Yixing in the sky, which cultivator wouldn't be shocked and amazed? Of course, Yixing only had the possibility of becoming the first on the destiny list. As for how high the chances were, the cultivators weren't optimistic about him. After all, the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation wasn't something that a junior like Shirley could compare to. Moreover, Yixing might be able to fight across 2 realms, but there might be other geniuses among the 9-star venerable of the Great Yuan dynasty who could fight across 2 realms. With the same heaven-defying ability to fight across realms, the difference of a single realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, Yixing's chances of becoming the first on the destiny list were slim to none. But no matter what, this was the first time that someone outside the Great Yuan dynasty had a chance of becoming the first on the destiny list. Many cultivators were still shocked by this. This indicated that the Great Yuan dynasty had already lost absolute control over the Star Continent. The Star Continent had a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had gone through, or how many dynasties it had gone through. There were records of more than 10 dynasties. Every dynasty had a history of prosperity and decline. When a dynasty lost absolute control, it was a sign that it was on the verge of decline, and there was a possibility of it being destroyed. This was the case for every dynasty. 10,000 years ago, the Great Jin dynasty fell, and the Meng family rose to power, establishing the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, the Great Yuan dynasty had already passed 10,000 years, so it wasn't impossible for it to decline. Of course, what would happen would depend on the final result. If the first on the destiny list was taken away by someone outside the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty would really be in chaos. In Yixing's group, there was still an 8-star venerable left. His strength was extremely high among the 8-star venerables, and he had already eliminated 2 geniuses at the same level as him. However, in front of Yixing, his strength wasn't enough, and he was quickly defeated. In Yixing's group, he was the only one left who had entered the top 10 of the destiny list. Chapter 572. The battles of the other groups also ended quickly. Shirley, a venerable 9-star, was eliminated by Yixing. The other 7 venerable 9 stars all entered the top 10. As expected, Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga obtained first place in the 2 groups without a venerable 9-star. In the top 10, Yixing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Jianga were all venerable 8 stars. Moreover, they weren't from the Central Sky Continent. The first 2 came from the East Divine Continent, while the latter came from the North Tranquil Continent. Even though Yi Jianga entered the top 10, Reverend Netherflame wasn't happy. 2 venerable 8 stars from the East Divine Continent had entered the top 10, completely suppressing the North Tranquil Continent. Of the 7 venerable 9 stars that entered the top 10, only 6 were from the Great Yuan dynasty. Although Yi Weinan was from the Central Sky Continent, he was from the West Leaf Empire's royal family. In the past, there were 1 or 2 juniors from the Central Sky Continent's 12 empires that could enter the destiny list. However, they were always at the bottom, never entering the top 10. The top 10 of the destiny list had always been the Great Yuan dynasty's junior geniuses. But this time around, in the top 10 rankings of the Heavenly Fate rankings, the juniors of the Great Yuan dynasty only occupied 6 spots. This was an extremely bad omen, and the cultivators of the Great Yuan dynasty were all extremely unhappy. Of the 6 juniors from the Great Yuan dynasty, 3 were from the Meng clan. They were Meng Yuanjin, Meng Haokong, and Meng Xinlan. Meng Yuanjin was the youngest son of the Supreme King, Meng Tai. Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan were from the Meng clan's royal family. The other 3 were Yi Rulong, Duan Xueqing, and Zhou Haoge. They were all geniuses from king clans. In the Great Yuan dynasty, the Meng clan was the most powerful clan with dozens of king clans. Apart from them, there were more than 10 king clans. The king clans had 2 or 3 king clans, while the king clans only had 1. There were some clans that once had king clans, but because none of their juniors could become king clans, their clans had declined and were no longer considered king clans. Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianga, Yi Weinan, Meng Yuanzhen, Meng Haokong, Meng Xinlan, Yi Rulong, Duan Shueqing, Zhou Haoge. In the top 10 rankings of the Heavenly Fate rankings, the cultivator surnamed Yi had actually occupied 4 spots. Compared to the younger generation of the Meng clan, he had 1 more spot. This was simply shocking. For this year's Heavenly Fate rankings battle, the one with the most glory was undoubtedly that cultivator surnamed Yi and not the Meng clan. Some of the more sensitive cultivators could already sense that something was amiss. The Great Yuan dynasty had truly lost their absolute control over the astral world. The top 10 Heavenly Fate decree geniuses were drawn in by the power of the array formation, appearing directly above the arena stage. Within the array formation, a voice resounded, "This stage is the battle for destiny." The top 10 of the Heavenly Fate decree each have a 5-foot-long destiny of the astral world. Each of them will have to fight a battle, and if they lose, they will lose 5 feet of destiny. The winner will obtain the lost destiny. In the end, the one with the most destiny will be ranked first on the Heavenly Fate decree, the Son of the Stars. As the voice in the array formation faded, in an instant, every cultivator in the top 10 of the Heavenly Fate decree was enveloped by an azure pillar of light. Everyone's pillar of light was of the same height, 5 feet long. This azure pillar of light represented the destiny of the astral world. Currently, the destiny of the astral world couldn't be assimilated by the participants. Only after the battle for destiny was over would the destiny of the astral world be assimilated into one's body. Zhen, try to take Yi Xing and Yi Jianga's lives in the battle for destiny. The paramount king, Meng Tai, transmitted his voice to the little prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuanzhen. Meng Yuanzhen was 23 years old this year, and his cultivation was at the 9th stage of the astral realm. He had always been cultivating in secret in the Great Yuan dynasty, and this was the first time he had revealed his brilliance to the outside world. Outsiders didn't know how strong Meng Yuanzhen was, but the paramount king, Meng Tai, knew that Meng Yuanzhen's Heavenly Fate decree wasn't the least bit inferior to the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng. Furthermore, his combat talent was even higher than Meng Yuansheng's. In the high level of the astral realm, Meng Yuanzhen had the strength to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than him. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Yi Xing and Yi Jianga. The paramount king, Meng Tai, had already determined who the Son of the Stars would belong to. Otherwise, how could he be at ease and allow the demon Star of Chaos to participate in the Heavenly Fate decree? Right now, Yi Xing and Yi Jianga had both entered the top 10 of the Heavenly Fate rankings. As for who was the real demon Star of Chaos, Meng Tai had no way to be 100% sure. However, he was certain that the demon Star of Chaos was one of the 2. As long as Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were dead, the demon Star of Chaos would naturally be eliminated. As for killing one more person, it wasn't important to the paramount king, Meng Tai. Meng Yuanzhen nodded and swept a glance at Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In this stage of the battle, every genius of the younger generation would fight. Meng Yuanzhen, Yi Xing, and Yi Jianga would all encounter each other. Meng Yuanzhen was determined to kill the 2 of them in a single strike, not giving them the chance to be defeated. As a prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, he naturally knew about the demon Star of Chaos. As a descendant of the Meng clan, Meng Yuanzhen wanted to kill anyone who threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. The battle for destiny is divided into 9 rounds. Each round has 5 battles. After each battle ends, rest for an hour before the first round begins. The voice from the array rang out once more. As the voice faded, Yi Xing was moved to the center of the array. Moving together with Yi Xing was a descendant of the great Meng clan, Meng Haokong. The descendants of the Meng clan were easy to recognize. Their clothes were embroidered with dragon patterns. The higher their status, the more dragon patterns they had. Meng Haokong had 7 dragon patterns embroidered on his clothes, proving that his status in the great Meng clan was extremely high. Even if he didn't become a king in the future, he would still be bestowed the title of king. Yi Xing and Meng Haokong were both enveloped by the 5 Zhang blue destiny. Their eyes met. Yi Xing was calm, but Meng Haokong's eyes were filled with ferocity. Ant of the East Divine Continent. This young master will give you a chance. Vomit blood and admit defeat. Meng Haokong glared at Yi Xing with a ferocious gaze. The Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Continent. The martial artists of the Meng clan had a supreme status in the Star Continent. Under normal circumstances, even if a genius of the East Divine Continent managed to break into the top 10 of the Destiny Decree, they would have no choice but to obediently admit defeat after being threatened by a descendant of the Meng clan. Otherwise, if they angered the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, there would be no place for them in the Star Continent. But Yi Xing was no ordinary person. He was already prepared to fight against the Great Yuan dynasty. In my eyes, aren't you an ant as well? I will also give you a chance. Vomit blood and admit defeat. Yi Xing looked at Meng Haokong with a faint smile as he spoke. Chapter 573. Hiss in each of the arenas, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Yi Xing dared to call the great Meng royal family's genius juniors ants. Did he want to die? Although no one was allowed to fight in the Starry Sky Arena except for the battle space, it was impossible to stay in the Starry Sky Arena forever. If he angered the Meng royal family, where would he find shelter when he returned to the Star Continent? You're digging your own grave. Honorable Netherflame looked at Honorable Mo Jian with a gloating expression. Honorable Mo Jian's expression was normal. In the central arena, Yi Xing's words made the faces of the Great Yuan dynasty's juniors turn cold. Meng Haokong was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Dayuan dynasty. Yi Xing said that Meng Haokong was like an ant in his eyes, then wouldn't these younger geniuses of the Dayuan dynasty that had been eliminated be even more like ants? In the sky, Meng Haokong's anger was ignited in an instant, and a terrifying aura exploded. You want to do this the hard way. Kid, you're courting death. Meng Haokong shouted angrily, and a supreme-grade spiritual spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky, and turned into a golden star. It was the extreme grade of the metal element. Kill! Meng Haokong thrust out his spear, which flickered with golden light. A surging power that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas blasted towards Yi Xing's supreme-grade spiritual weapon, Golden Shadow Stacked Spear. Meng Haokong's martial arts attainments were higher than Shirley's, and his supreme-grade spiritual weapon had reached the complete realm. He was stronger than many half-step honorables. Although he had not reached the stage of communicating with the power of the universe, and controlling the Yuan Qi of the universe, his martial arts attainments and comprehension of the power of the universe were already at the peak of the half-step honorables. In the top 10 of the destiny list, other than Meng Yuanjin, no one else was worthy of Meng Haokong's attention. Yi Xing immediately took out the dragon blood spear, and performed the wind shadow spear art. With a stab, layers of spear shadows clashed with the golden spear aura. Bang bang bang, with a series of explosions, the layers of spear shadows collapsed, and Yi Xing kept retreating. Yi Xing had a slightly surprised expression. That man was indeed much stronger than Shirley. In his current state, he was able to defeat Shirley. However, against Meng Haokong, he was at a disadvantage. Ant of the East Divine Continent, do you think that I, Meng Haokong, am as strong as Shirley, who came from a 2-star empire? Ha! It's too late, die. Meng Haokong's spear strike. Meng Haokong of the Golden Shadow stacked spear art, and his strength to kill Yi Xing. Yi Xing used the Wind Shadow spear art. The Wind Shadow spear art was at the perfection stage. The spear shadows were endless. No matter how fast Meng Haokong's attacks were, they were all blocked by Yixing. However, in terms of striking power, Yixing hadn't used his astrology, so he was indeed a level lower than Meng Haokong. Thus, in the fierce collision between the two, Yixing was at a disadvantage. I haven't even used my astrology, yet you can't defeat me in a short period of time. I really don't know what you're so excited about. Yixing lightly said, his tone full of sarcasm. Whoosh! As Yixing's voice fell, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a blazing star. Extreme grade flame astrology. The power of fire from the unity of heaven and man, combined with the flame astrology, could be displayed to its strongest state. Yixing displayed the wind shadow spear art. Originally, this martial art only contained wind and darkness attributes. But as Yixing displayed it, it was covered in a layer of flames. Beneath the flame astrology, the power of fire completely overshadowed the wind and darkness attributes. Yixing's spear speed was incomparably fast, each spear faster than the previous one. Now that it contained the power of the flame astrology, its power skyrocketed. In an instant, Meng Haokong's attack was blocked by Yixing. Moreover, the layers of spear shadows covered in a layer of flames continuously destroyed the golden spear aura. The situation began to tilt in Yixing's favor. Die! Die! Meng Haokong was furious. He was a talented junior of the Meng royal family. In the entire Great Yuan dynasty, he thought that he was the only one who was inferior to Meng Yuanzhen. He couldn't believe that he would lose to a junior of the East Divine Continent. Meng Haokong desperately pushed the astral aura, displaying his spear art to the limit. At the same time, he executed an extremely profound footwork, changing his position to attack Yixing. He wanted to reverse the situation and defeat Yixing. However, all of Meng Haokong's efforts were in vain. Yixing's spear speed was too fast. With every breath, the number of spear shadows in the void of the formation increased. In just a few breaths, the entire void of the formation was filled with Yixing's spear shadows. Meng Haokong's space to move became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could no longer dodge. You're defeated. Yixing shouted. His spear broke through Meng Haokong's defense and swept out with the dragon blood spear. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the void. The dragon blood spear swept out so fast that it formed a half-moon shape in the air. The airflow it carried turned into a ray of light. Meng Haokong was horrified. He wanted to withdraw his spear to block, but it was too late. His defense had been broken by Yixing naturally. Yixing wouldn't give him a chance to save himself. The only thing Meng Haokong could do was to push the astral aura to form a shield to protect himself. The dragon blood spear fiercely lashed out at Meng Haokong's barrier, instantly shattering it. Bang! The dragon blood spear collided with Meng Haokong's body, creating a loud explosion. Meng Haokong was immediately sent flying. Then, with another explosion, he crashed heavily into the void of the formation wall. Puff! Even with the top-grade spirit-level inner armor protecting his body and the astral aura protecting his body, the power of Yixing's spear still injured Meng Haokong. He couldn't help but vomit blood. The void of the formation instantly separated Yixing and Meng Haokong. The outcome of this battle had been decided. The 50 feet of destiny that shrouded Meng Haokong suddenly decreased by a tenth. This 5 feet of destiny was not blocked by the void of the formation wall. It turned into a blue airflow and integrated into Yixing's light pillar of destiny. Yixing's light pillar of destiny began to grow taller. It rose by 5 feet to 15 feet tall. The struggle for destiny was divided into 9 rounds. In each round, each martial artist only had a single battle. Yixing and Meng Haokong's battle ended and they returned to their original positions. Yixing smiled, but Meng Haokong was still angry. He glared at Yixing, as if he wanted to skin Yixing alive. Yixing, you dare to defeat me? Once we return to the Star Continent, you will know the consequences. Meng Haokong glared at Yixing and roared. As the martial artists saw this, they all sighed at Yixing's stubbornness. It wasn't easy for Meng Haokong to break into the top 10 of the Destiny Decree and obtain the destiny of the Star Continent. Why would he want to offend a genius of the great Meng royal family? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yi Xing looked at Meng Haokong, his voice filled with disdain as he said, "TSK, once we return to the Star Continent, you want to invite your uncles and grandfathers? A piece of trash like you who only knows how to rely on others can only do so much." Chapter 574. The monthly votes will be added starting tomorrow. Chocolate is going crazy, and the monthly votes will be added soon. Brothers, please support me. Yi Xing's words made Meng Haokong want to vomit blood. Trash. Meng Haokong was the number 2 genius of the Meng royal clan, and this was the first time he was called trash. Meng Haokong would never admit that he was trash. Bullshit. Meng Haokong, will deal with you personally and take your dog life. Meng Haokong said fiercely. He did have the idea of asking someone for help, but Yi Xing's words made him give up on the idea. Yi Xing smiled faintly. It did not matter whether Meng Haokong wanted to do it himself or hire someone else to do it. His goal was to become a son of the stars. Once he returned to the Star Continent, he would become a must-kill person in the Great Yuan dynasty. There were plenty of experts who wanted to kill him. The second pair was Yi Weinan and Meng Xinlan. Both of them were juniors of the Middle Sky Continent. The difference was that one was a disciple of the Meng royal clan of the Dayuan dynasty, while the other was a disciple of the West Leaf Empire. "Princess Xinlan, do you dare let Yi Weinan fight with all his strength?" Yi Weinan asked Meng Xinlan with cupped fists. Meng Xinlan would definitely not let Yi Weinan go easy on her face. This way, even if Yi Weinan defeated Meng Xinlan would have no reason to blame him. "Who wants you to go easy on me?" "Of course I'll fight with all my strength," Meng Xinlan said faintly. As a genius of the Meng royal clan, she was very confident in her own strength. How could she let others admit defeat to win? She needed a real victory to be happy. This was different from her and Meng Haokong. "Alright, Princess Xinlan, sorry for the offense." Yi Weinan apologized. As soon as he finished speaking, a top-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. His entire body erupted with an extremely sharp sword aura. Like Yi Jianga, Yi Weinan was also an expert of the sword. The sharpness of his sword aura was not inferior to Yi Jianga's. 2 streaks of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Weinan and Meng Xinlan both used their astrology. At the same cultivation realm, at the same generation of geniuses, and at the same level of ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm, the difference in strength between them would not be too great. They would have to go all out in order to defeat their opponents. Whoosh, Yi Weinan waved the sword in his hand. In an instant, his silhouette disappeared. A beam of sword light tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Meng Xinlan. Meng Xinlan's figure flashed and disappeared. Wherever her feet passed, the air condensed and flowers bloomed. At the same time, Meng Xinlan pointed out with her finger, and an orchid flower shot out. It spun rapidly, slicing through the void as it shot towards Yi Weinan. Flying orchid spinning finger. Against the diffraction sword. The specialty of the diffraction sword of annihilation was its speed. Once the sword was unleashed, everything would be split into 2. The specialty of the flying orchid spinning finger was its strangeness. Meng Xinlan's figure was erratic, and wherever her finger pointed, orchids would blossom. It looked extremely beautiful, but every single orchid was spinning rapidly and was incomparably sharp. It was definitely not inferior to the attack power of the sword aura. Bang 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 bang, the 2 of them attacked very quickly. Soon, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Sword light and flower shadows appeared everywhere. The 2 of them shuttled back and forth like flowing light. Ordinary geniuses of the younger generation could not even see their figures clearly. After 20 moves, Yi Weinan groaned miserably as a flying orchid flower hit his body. His clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the supreme-grade spirit-level inner armor underneath. The finger aura could not break through the inner armor, but the power contained within it still caused Yi Weinan to spit out blood and fly backwards. The formation instantly separated the two of them. Meng Xinlan was indeed a member of the Meng royal family. She was extremely powerful and won this battle. 1/10 of Yi Weinan's light beam of providence instantly disappeared. It turned into a green stream of air and entered Meng Xinlan's light beam of providence, causing it to grow taller. It was now 15 feet tall. Yi Weinan returned to his original position. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cupped his fists. Princess Xinlan is indeed powerful. I, Yi Weinan, concede defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Meng Xinlan smiled. She was in a good mood. Another 2 people were moved to the center of the formation. The third battle was between Wei Qingxian and Duan Xueqing. Wei Qingxian, a junior genius of the East Divine Continent. Duan Xueqing, a junior genius of the Great Yuan dynasty. In terms of background, Duan Xueqing was clearly much higher. In terms of cultivation, Duan Xueqing was even a venerable 9-star. In this battle, other than Yi Xing, whether it was the seniors or juniors, all the martial artists believed that Duan Xueqing would win. Yi Xing was very confident in Wei Qingxian. He knew that Wei Qingxian was the same as him. They both had big secrets. If they really fought, Yi Xing did not have absolute confidence in beating her. East Divine Continent Zixuan. Please enlighten me. Wei Qingxian cupped her fists and said. Little sister Zixuan is so pretty. Be careful. Big sister will not hold back. Don't get hurt. Duan Xueqing smiled and was full of confidence. As she spoke, Duan Xueqing's surroundings were suddenly covered in frost. Ice and snow floated in the air. A cold aura was emitted and turned into white gas. Like Wei Qingxian, she was an ice-attributed martial artist. Wei Qingshuan's expression was normal. She also emitted an extremely cold aura. In an instant, the entire formation space was covered in frost. Both of them were ice-attributed. In terms of aura, neither could do anything to the other. Ice Dragon's 9 swords. Duan Xueqing shouted coldly and executed the Duan family's supreme-grade spiritual martial arts. She did not have a sword in her hand. However, as her hand seals changed, the icy astral energy exploded and formed an Ice Dragon Sword Qi. The Ice Dragon Sword Qi was extremely cold. Furthermore, it contained a sharp aura. Wherever it passed, the air would shatter and be sliced into countless pieces. Fluttering snow palm. Wei Qingxian was as cold as ice. She struck out with her snow-white palm. Snow fell from the sky. The icy palm print brought along an extremely cold wind and whistled forward. Transformative stage fluttering snow palm. It collided with the perfected 9 swords of the Ice Dragon. Both shattered. In terms of martial arts attainments, Wei Qingxian was a notch higher. Moreover, Wei Qingxian had also comprehended the great accomplishment of the force of ice and the unity of heaven and man. Even though her cultivation was inferior to Duan Xueqing's, her strength was not inferior at all. Bang 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 bang, the Ice Dragon Sword Qi and fluttering snow palm print continuously collided. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged a few blows and were evenly matched. The spectating martial artists were all shocked. Another 8-star venerable was able to fight evenly with a 9-star venerable. This meant that Wei Qingxian had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Just like Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, she could challenge those of a higher level. Duan Xueqing was surprised and secretly frowned. She never expected that Wei Qingshuan's strength was not inferior to hers. If I don't use my astrology, I have no hope of winning. I don't believe that her astrology can be compared to mine. Duan Xueqing thought to herself and immediately used her astrology. Starlight shot into the sky and turned into an ice star. It was an extreme-grade astrology. The power of the ice element astrology fell. Duan Xueqing's cold aura became stronger and her strength multiplied. Whoosh, Wei Qingxian used her astrology at the same time. The cold aura exploded. It was also an ice element astrology and was not inferior to Duan Xueqing's. Chapter 575. Even with the same level of astrology, there were differences in strength. Wei Qingshuan's frost astrology was obviously more powerful than Duan Xueqing's. Before she used her astrology, the two of them were evenly matched. Once she used her astrology, the situation immediately changed. Under the frost astrology, Wei Qingshuan's strength skyrocketed. The frost palm brought along an extremely cold wind and forced Duan Xueqing to retreat. After 10 moves, Duan Xueqing retreated to the edge of the array. Behind her was the array wall, and she had nowhere to go. Duan Xueqing was forced back by the terrifying power of the Snowdrift Divine Palm. Her body crashed into the array wall, and blood flowed out of her mouth. She lost this battle. Whoosh, the Providence light pillar that enveloped Duan Xueqing was instantly reduced by 5 feet. It turned into a current of air and entered Wei Qingshuan's Providence light pillar. Wei Qingshuan's light pillar of Providence expanded to 5 feet and 5 feet. The two of them returned to their original positions, and 2 more were moved to the center of the array. The fourth battle was between the North Tranquil Continent's junior genius, Yi Jianga, and the Dayuan dynasty's junior genius, Zhou Haoge. Yi Jianga, 7-star venerable. Zhou Haoge, 9-star venerable. They were both juniors of the royal families, and they were all experts among the half-step honorable realm. All the martial artists were instantly energized. Yi Xing was also a 7-star venerable, and his opponent, Shi Lei, was also a 9-star venerable. In the end, Yi Xing revealed his true cultivation as a Stage 8 astral realm cultivator to defeat Shi Lei. Yi Jianga's performance was heaven-defying, and she wasn't any weaker than Yi Xing. Was there any hope for her to win against 9-star venerable? If there was, how could Yi Jianga win? In the eyes of the martial artists, it was impossible for a 7-star venerable to defeat a 9-star venerable. Unless Yi Jianga's true cultivation was at Stage 8 astral realm like Yi Xing. In the sky, Yi Jianga and Zhou Haoge stood facing each other. They looked at each other, and their auras were shocking. Yi Jianga's aura was as sharp as a peerless sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness. Zhou Haoge's aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was surrounded by earth energy and did not move an inch. The Zhou clan was a king clan, and their ultimate technique was the Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi. The Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi was split into the Minor Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi and the Major Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi. The Lesser Heavenly Cycle Gang Qi was a spirit tier martial art. Its Gang Qi was like a flood dragon. De Zhou Tian Gang Qi, a black-grade martial art, the Gang Qi was like a dragon. Zhou Haoge's Minor Dipper Heavenly Dipper Qi had already been cultivated to an extremely profound level. A gigantic Jiao Qi coiled around his body. Its back claws grabbed onto Zhou Haoge's waist while its front claws grabbed onto Zhou Haoge's shoulders. The Jiao Qi's head was raised above Zhou Haoge's head. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Even though Yi Jianga had an innate sword physique and possessed heaven-defying battle prowess, she still had to face Zhou Haoge with a grave expression. Zhou Haoge's flood dragon aura protected his body with a heaven-shaking might. It was almost flawless, which made Yi Jianga feel troubled. Yi Jianga, bring it on. Zhou Haoge shouted. Yi Jianga's cultivation was 2 realms lower than his, so he gave Yi Jianga the chance to make the first move. A supreme-grade spiritual weapon appeared in Yi Jianga's hand, causing his sword aura to become even sharper. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly became one with the sword, turning into a sword light and disappearing in a flash. In the next moment, a sword light sliced the air in half and appeared behind Zhou Haoge in an instant. Previously, Yi Jianga had relied on such an attack to defeat Liang Long with a counterattack. Unfortunately, Liang Long was only an 8-star venerable master and his strength was far from Zhou Haoge's. When the sword light appeared behind Zhou Haoge immediately sensed it. The Jiao Qi coiling around his body instantly moved and swung out its claws. Bang! The Jiao Qi's claws grabbed onto the Jiao Qi in an instant. The Jiao Qi's claws exploded and sparks flew. This sharp sword was actually blocked by the Jiao Qi's claws. At the same time, Zhou Haoge turned around and struck out with his palm. Another Jiao Qi shot out from his palm and rushed towards Yi Jianga. This Jiao Qi was smaller than the one coiling around Zhou Haoge, but its power was still terrifying. Yi Jianga's body flickered like a sword light and instantly retreated, dodging the small Jiao Qi's attack. Whoosh! Yi Jianga's body moved like a sword. Like a flickering sword light, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the small Jiao Qi's attack and counterattacked. Bang! The Jiao Qi coiling around Zhou Haoge's body reacted quickly. No matter how fast Yi Jianga's speed was, it was blocked by the Jiao Qi's claws. Bang, 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 in the blink of an eye, Yi Jianga had already attacked 10 times. However, before the tip of the sword could land on Zhou Haoge's body, it was repulsed. Otherwise, if it was a moment slower, it would have been hit by Zhou Haoge's small Jiao Qi and be injured. You're stronger than I expected. I didn't want to use astrology to defeat you, but it seems that it's too troublesome. Let's end this battle quickly. Zhou Haoge shouted. In an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. He had used astrology. At the same time, Zhou Haoge took a step forward and moved, displaying Wei Tao's exquisite footwork. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Jiao Qi's body twisted, increasing Zhou Haoge's speed to the extreme. Like a shadow, he took the initiative to attack Yi Jianga. Every time Zhou Haoge punched out, there would be a small flood dragon aura that contained a terrifying amount of power shooting forward. Under the extreme level of astrology, Zhou Haoge's strength was multiplied and his speed was even faster. When the Jiao Qi attacked, its terrifying power forced Yi Jianga to retreat. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Jianga had also used astrology. The golden light was resplendent. It was the metal element astrology. What surprised the crowd was that Yi Jianga's astrology was only at the high level. Even the top 100 of the heavenly fate ranking mostly had extreme level astrology. Yi Jianga's astrology was only at the high level. It could be said that his astrology was at the low level. Yi Jianga's astrology was far inferior to Zhou Haoge's extreme level astrology. It couldn't reverse his disadvantage. It's only at the high level astrology, how is this possible? What a pity, such good talent, but such an ordinary astrology. Many martial artists sighed, feeling very surprised. Ha! So your astrology is only at the high level. Zhou Haoge laughed and said, but it doesn't matter. Even if you have an extreme level astrology, you will still lose. As he spoke, Zhou Haoge's attacks became faster and more Jiao Qi were shot out. At the same time, other than the Jiao Qi that coiled around his body, there were a total of 8 Jiao Qi that danced in the air. The 8 Jiao Qi attacked Yi Jianga from all directions, occupying almost half of the array space. Even though Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was godly, he was still a little flustered and kept retreating. However, Yi Jianga's eyes were calm. His hands were flustered and his heart was calm. Soon, Yi Jianga retreated to the edge of the array space. Behind him was the void array wall and there was no way to retreat. You're defeated. Zhou Haoge shouted and his aura exploded to the limit. The 8 Jiao Qi attacked Yi Jianga at the same time. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.